Here, demons claw through the veil between dimensions. Entire species wage genocidal campaigns across 1,000,000 worlds. Into this cosmic nightmare of endless brutality, where even hope is a heresy waiting to happen, fell something the universe had no framework to comprehend. A hero who had transcended strength itself, now standing in a war zone, wondering where he'd left his grocery coupons. The planet was called Varsavia Prime, a forge world in the Ultima Segmentum where the sky burned perpetual orange from manufactorum emissions. For 3 months, the forces of chaos had besieged the planetary capital, transforming faithful Imperial citizens into gibbering cultists. Blood covered the rockcrete streets. Demonic sigils burned on hab-block walls. The 44th Cadian Regiment had held the central plaza for 6 days straight, laser guns overheating in their hands, waiting for the inevitable moment when the warp spawn would overwhelm their positions. Then reality hiccuped. No warp signature, no psychic scream, no distortion in the Immaterium's currents. One moment, the plaza was empty except for corpses and spent shell casings. The next, a man stood there, bald head gleaming under the hellish sky, wearing a yellow jumpsuit with a white cape, looking around with mild confusion. "Huh," Saitama said, scratching his head. "This isn't the supermarket." 300 meters away, Sergeant Castor of the 44th Cadian lowered his magnoculars, his weathered face frozen in an expression between shock and disbelief. In 30 years of service across a dozen war zones, he'd seen chaos sorcerers materialize in gouts of flame, Eldar warlocks phase through reality, even a demon prince rip through a cathedral ceiling. But this was a man in a ridiculous costume, standing in the open, apparently lost. "Sir," Castor's Vox operator whispered, Is that an abhuman? Some kind of mutant?" Before Castor could respond, the Chaos Warband attacked. They came screaming from the ruins of the Administratum building, 40 cultists in flayed skin and rusted armor, eyes burning with the madness of the ruinous powers, chain axes roaring. Leading them was something that had once been human, a chaos champion whose body had been blessed with mutations, arms ending in claws of blackened bone, face split by a vertical mouth lined with brass teeth. Saitama turned toward the noise, expression neutral. The champion bellowed a war cry in a language that predated human civilization, a sound that should have frozen mortal hearts. The cultists fired autoguns and stub pistols, hundreds of rounds chewing up the rockcrete around the yellow-suited man. Saitama stood there, bullets disintegrating against his body like raindrops, not even bothering to dodge. He watched them approach with the same expression someone might wear while waiting for a bus. "Oh," he said, as the champion leaped toward him, claws extended, moving faster than any unaugmented human should. "Are you guys villains?" The champion's claws struck Saitama's face with enough force to decapitate a space marine. Nothing happened. The champion's eyes widened, all 7 of them, scattered across his mutated skull. He struck again, faster, harder, channeling the dark blessings of his patron god. His claws shattered against Saitama's cheek like glass against adamantium. "Yeah," Saitama said, sounding slightly disappointed. "You're villains." He raised one fist. "Okay." The punch was casual, almost lazy. Saitama barely put any thought into it, the kind of strike he'd used to tap someone on the shoulder. His fist connected with the champion's chest. The Chaos Champion exploded. Not metaphorically, his entire body converted to a red mist, armor fragments spinning away like shrapnel, demon-blessed weapons clattering uselessly to the ground. The shockwave continued through the warband, liquefying the first rank of cultists, sending the rest tumbling backward like children's toys in a hurricane. Silence descended on the plaza, broken only by the drip of organic matter from nearby walls. Saitama looked at his fist, then at the destruction, then sighed. Too weak. 300 meters away, Sergeant Castor stood frozen, magnoculars slipping from nerveless fingers. Around him, veterans who'd held lines against demonic hordes began to whisper prayers to the God Emperor, making the sign of the Aquila with shaking hands. The remaining cultists, their chaos-addled minds struggling to process what they'd witnessed, did something unprecedented. They ran. 20 warriors blessed by the dark gods, who should have fought to the last man, turned and fled into the ruins, screaming. Saitama watched them go, then looked around the devastated plaza, at the imperial fortifications in the distance, at the burning sky. He scratched his head again. "Where am I?" he said to nobody in particular. Then, with growing concern, "Did I miss the sale?" In the Cadian command post, alarms were already wailing. Cogitators sparked and died, unable to process the readings. A junior tech priest began speaking in panicked binary, his mechadendrites twitching erratically. Captain Thorne, commander of the 44th, stared at the picked feed showing the yellow-suited figure standing among the remains of a chaos warband that had, seconds ago, been advancing on their position. "Get me an astropath," Thorne said, his voice carefully controlled. "Now. The Inquisition needs to know about this immediately." On the plaza, Saitama pulled out his phone, somehow still functional despite there being no cellular infrastructure for 10,000 light years, and frowned at the "no service" message. He pocketed it, adjusted his cape, and started walking toward the Imperial lines, figuring that people with that many guns probably knew where the nearest grocery store was. Behind him, in the ruins, something stirred. A chaos sorcerer who'd been preparing a ritual to summon a demon peered out from his hiding place, his mind racing. He'd felt no psychic signature, no connection to the warp, just physical force. Impossible, absolute terrifying physical force. The sorcerer began to smile, his vox-corrupted voice crackling as he activated his comm bead. "Lord Vexarius," he whispered to his distant master, "we have a problem, and an opportunity. If you crave stories of cosmic collisions where unstoppable forces meet immovable universes, smash that subscribe button. The Emperor protects those who support the channel, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens when the 41st millennium tries to deal with someone it literally cannot kill." The 44th Cadian formed a firing line as Saitama approached, 300 laser guns trained on the yellow-suited figure, walking through no man's land like he was taking a morning stroll. Sergeant Castor stood at the center, his laser-gun's power cell maxed out, finger resting on the trigger with the discipline of 3 decades of warfare. Every instinct screamed that this was a threat. Nothing human could do what they'd just witnessed. "Hold fire," Captain Thorne's voice crackled over the vox. "Do not engage unless I give the order." Saitama stopped about 20 meters from the fortification, looking up at the sandbags and plasteel barriers with mild interest. He waved. "Hey, Do you guys know where the nearest grocery store is? I was in the middle of shopping and then I ended up here. Dead silence. Castor exchanged glances with his squad. In low Gothic, heavily accented from a dozen different regiments serving together, the words were clear enough. But the question, the sheer mundane absurdity of it, made no sense. Identify yourself, Thorn's voice boomed from the Voxcasters. By whose authority do you walk this war zone? Saitama blinked. Authority? I'm just a guy who's a hero for fun. Name's Saitama. He looked around at the devastated cityscape, the burning buildings, the distant sound of artillery. What happened here looks pretty bad. A hero for fun. Castor's grip tightened on his laser gun. Either this was the most elaborate chaos trick he'd ever seen, or something far stranger was happening. He'd heard rumors of sanctioned psychers who could level buildings, of living saints who manifested the Emperor's will in physical form. But those entities radiated power, made reality bend around them. This man felt like nothing, just a person in a costume. The forces of chaos have besieged this world for 3 months, Thorn responded, his voice cautious. You claim ignorance of this? Where do you hail from, stranger? City Z, Japan, Earth, Saitama said immediately. Then he paused, frowning. Wait, what year is it? By the imperial calendar, it is 9999 M41, Thorn said. The 41st millennium. Saitama's expression didn't change much. He rarely showed strong emotion, but his eyebrows raised slightly. Huh, that's pretty far in the future. He scratched his head. So I guess the supermarket isn't nearby then. In the command post, Captain Thorn stared at the picked feed, his augmetic eye whirring as it zoomed in on Saitama's face. The man showed no signs of mutation, no chaos corruption, no Xenos contamination. Just a bald human in a yellow jumpsuit asking about groceries while standing in the aftermath of a massacre he'd apparently committed single-handedly. Tech Priest Yazov, Thorn said to the robed figure hunched over a cogitator bank. Analysis. The Tech Priest's mechadendrites writhed as data flooded his neural implants. Auspex readings are contradictory, Captain. No warp signature detected, no psychic resonance. Bioscanners identify him as baseline human, no augmentation, no genetic modification beyond standard human parameters. But that is clearly impossible given observed combat performance. Could it be a blank? Asked Lieutenant Cross, referring to the rare soulless humans who nullified psychic phenomena. Negative. Blanks register as voids in the immaterium. This individual registers as nothing. As if our instruments cannot perceive what he truly is. On the plaza, Saitama had started looking around with growing concern. Is there anyone I can talk to about getting back home? Maybe someone in charge. I've got vegetables in my shopping basket that are probably going bad. The absurdity of the statement, delivered in complete sincerity, finally broke Castor's professional composure. He lowered his laser gun slightly, glancing at his squad. They'd all seen it. The Chaos Champion reduced to paste, the cultists fleeing in terror. And this man was worried about vegetables. Sir, Castor voxed to Thorn. Permission to speak freely. Granted. I think he might actually be serious about the groceries. Before Thorn could respond, a new voice cut across the Vox channel, cold and absolute. All units stand down. The Inquisition is assuming command of this situation. The effect was immediate. Even Captain Thorne, a veteran of 40 years with commendations for valor, straightened instinctively. The Inquisition's authority superseded all military command. When they spoke, even Lord Commanders obeyed. A Valkyrie assault carrier screamed overhead, its engines howling as it descended toward the plaza. The dropship's side doors were already open, revealing figures in black carapace armor, storm bolters held at the ready. But in the center, standing with absolute confidence, was a woman in power armor bearing the inquisitorial rosette, a symbol that granted her authority to destroy entire worlds if necessary. Inquisitor Carmilla Vex had been on Varsavia Prime for 2 weeks, hunting a Chaos cult's leadership. She'd been in the middle of interrogating a captured sorcerer when every psychic ward in her chamber had suddenly sparked and died. Not overloaded, simply ceased functioning, as if something had briefly made them irrelevant. Then the reports came in. A figure. A Chaos warband obliterated. Impossible power. The Valkyrie touched down and Vex stepped out, her power armor's servos humming. She was flanked by 6 inquisitorial stormtroopers, each one a veteran of operations that would make Imperial Guard soldiers weep. Her augmetic left eye, replaced after a demon had clawed it out on Cronus III, scanned Saitama with every spectrum available to Imperial technology. Nothing. No data. Just a man. Saitama looked up as the armed figures surrounded him, hell guns pointed at his head. "Oh, are you guys in charge? Great. I need to ask about—" "Silence," Vex commanded, her voice amplified by her armor's Vox speakers. She walked forward until she stood 5 meters from Saitama, studying him with the intensity of someone who'd made a career of identifying threats. "You will come with me for questioning, resist, and you will be terminated. Do you understand?" Saitama looked at the guns, then at Vex, then shrugged. "Sure, I guess. Can I ask questions too? Because I'm really confused about where I am." Vex's augmetic eye flickered, processing. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. She'd interrogated greater demons who'd shown more concern when threatened. Either this man was phenomenally stupid, or— "What is your name?" she demanded. "Saitama." "Your rank and regiment?" "I don't have one." "I'm not a soldier." "Then what are you?" Saitama thought about it for a moment. "A hero, I guess. I fight monsters and bad guys. For fun, mostly. It's a hobby." One of the stormtroopers made a noise that might have been a suppressed laugh. Vex silenced him with a glare. "You destroyed a Chaos warband single-handedly," Vex said, her voice dropping to a dangerous tone. "You claim to be a hero for fun. Do you understand the severity of your situation? The Imperium of Man does not tolerate unregistered psychers, mutants, or Xenos infiltrators." "I'm not any of those things," Saitama said reasonably. "I'm just strong. I did 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers every single day for 3 years. That's it." The silence that followed was profound. Tech Priest Yazov, monitoring from the command post, performed 17 different calculations simultaneously. The training regimen described was standard physical conditioning. Effective for baseline humans, certainly, but it would produce soldiers of moderate capability, not whatever this was. Vex activated her Cyber Eagle's auger systems, letting the cyber familiar scan Saitama from above. Still nothing. No warp taint, no mutation, No sign of anything except baseline humanity taken to an impossible extreme. "Stormtroopers," she said quietly. "Stun setting. Target acquired." 6 hellguns fired simultaneously, each beam calibrated to incapacitate without killing. The last fire struck Saitama's body with precision. He stood there, completely unbothered, as energy that should have rendered him unconscious dissipated against his skin like flashlight beams. "Was that supposed to hurt?" Saitama asked, checking his jumpsuit for damage. "These beams are pretty bright." Vex's hand went to her bolt pistol, loaded with blessed ammunition, each round capable of destroying demons. Her finger rested on the trigger as decades of inquisitorial training warred with survival instinct. She'd faced Chaos Champions, rogue psychers, even a Necron Lord once. But this was something outside the Imperium's framework entirely. "Stand down," she finally said to her stormtroopers. Then to Saitama, "You're coming with me, not as a prisoner, as a person of extreme interest to the Inquisition." "Okay," Saitama said agreeably. "But seriously, can someone tell me where I am and how I get back? I'm going to miss the sail." High above Varsavia Prime, in a ship that didn't register on any Imperial augurs, a Chaos sorcerer named Vexarius watched through scrying flames. He saw the yellow-suited figure. He felt the absolute absence of the warp around him. And slowly, carefully, he began to smile. "Pure physical might," he whispered. "No connection to the immaterium. The anathema's opposite number. Khorne will be interested." The Inquisitorial Fortress was a repurposed cathedral on the edge of Varsavia Prime's capital, its Gothic spires crowned with anti-aircraft batteries and augur arrays. Gargoyles that had once wept holy water now housed automated turrets. Stained glass depicting the Emperor's ascension had been replaced with armored shutters. Inside, the nave had been converted into an interrogation complex where suspected heretics faced judgment under the unblinking gaze of the Inquisition. Saitama sat in a reinforced chair designed to restrain space marines, the adamantium shackles hanging open because Inquisitor Vex had quickly realized they were pointless. He looked around the chamber with mild interest, at the psychic wards carved into every surface, at the peak recorders capturing every angle, at the servo skull floating near the ceiling, its dead eyes glowing red. "This place is pretty fancy," Saitama said. "Kind of creepy, though. Why are there so many skulls?" Vex stood across from him, power armor removed to reveal the black body glove beneath. Though her bolt pistol remained holstered at her hip, her augmetic eye had been cycling through every spectrum for the past hour, trying to find some explanation for what she was witnessing. Behind her, Tech Priest Yazov worked at a cogitator array, muttering prayers to the Omnissiah as contradictory data flooded his neural implants. "The skulls serve the Emperor in death as they did in life," Vex said, her tone neutral. She'd conducted thousands of interrogations. The key was establishing dominance, breaking down the subject's mental defenses, finding the crack in their story. But Saitama showed no signs of stress, no physiological responses to questioning, no indication he understood the danger he was in. "Saitama," she began, activating a hololith projector. Images appeared in the air between them, picked captures of the Plaza Massacre. "Explain what happened here." Saitama leaned forward, squinting at the frozen image of the Chaos Champion mid-charge. "Oh, that guy. Yeah, he attacked me, so I punched him. He was pretty weak, though, broke apart in one hit. That guy was a Chaos champion, Vex said, her voice hardening. Blessed by the ruinous powers, enhanced beyond human limits, wielding weapons that have killed space marines. You're telling me you defeated him with one punch? Yeah, I mean, I tried not to use too much force, but Saitama shrugged. Sometimes it's hard to hold back enough. They're usually all the same. Weak. I was hoping someone here might be stronger. Vex's augmetic eye flickered, detecting the statement was delivered without arrogance, without bravado. Just disappointment. She'd seen that expression before, on the faces of warriors who'd lost everyone in battle, who'd survived when they shouldn't have. But this was different. This was someone who'd never faced a real challenge. Tech priest, she said without turning. Analysis update. Yazov's mechadendrites twitched as he consulted the data stream. Biometric scans remain consistent with baseline humanity, Inquisitor. No augmentation detected, no genetic modification, no evidence of warp taint or mutation. Subject's physical composition appears to be standard human tissue, bone, and cellular structure. He paused, his vocal synthesizer crackling, which is, of course, impossible given observed capabilities. Could he be a blank? Vex asked. A pariah? Negative. I tested for that personally. Yazov gestured to a robed figure standing in the shadows, a sanctioned psyker, chained and hooded, whose presence made normal humans uneasy. Brother Peleus attempted to read his surface thoughts. The result was unusual. The psyker stepped forward, his voice rasping through a vox grill. Inquisitor, I sensed nothing. Not the void of a blank, which is actively painful to perceive. Just ordinary human thoughts. He's thinking about food, something called udon noodles, and he's mildly concerned about missing a sale at a merchant establishment. Saitama perked up. Wait, you can read minds? That's pretty cool. Can you tell me how to get back home? Vex raised a hand, silencing him. Her mind raced through possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Chaos corruption was out. Every ward in the fortress would have activated. Xenos infiltration seemed unlikely. No known species could mimic humanity this perfectly while possessing such power. A rogue experiment by the Mechanicus. Possible. But they would have reported it. That left one option she didn't want to consider. This man was exactly what he claimed to be. A human who'd achieved impossible strength through mundane training. You said you trained for 3 years, Vex said, pulling up a chair and sitting across from him. She shifted tactics, interrogation to interview. Describe your training regimen again, every detail. Saitama's face became serious, as if he was sharing something important. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run, every single day. No breaks. Even when I was sick, even when my body screamed at me to stop. I also stopped using air conditioning in summer and heating in winter. The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of cogitators and the distant thump of artillery. That's it? Vex said flatly. That's it. No warp rituals, no bargains with entities beyond reality. What? No, just exercise. Tech Priest Yazov made a sound like grinding gears. Inquisitor. By every known principle of human physiology, such a regimen would produce moderate physical improvement. Not this. He gestured at Saitama. The human body has biological limits. Muscle fiber can only strengthen to a certain point. bone density has maximum thresholds. What he describes is standard conditioning training for Imperial Guard recruits. I got pretty strong though, Saitama said, and then I went bald. I think that was because I didn't use conditioner. Vex stood abruptly, walking to the chamber's far wall where a servo skull projected tactical data. She'd spent 40 years in the Inquisition's service, hunting demons, purging cults, executing heretics. She'd seen things that would drive normal humans insane. And yet this, a man claiming he'd achieved godlike power through basic exercise, threatened to undermine everything she understood about the universe. The Imperium has records spanning 10,000 years, she said, her back still to Saitama. We've cataloged every known method of enhancing human capability. Gene forging, like the Space Marines. Biomancy through sanctioned psychers. Mechanicus augmentation, even forbidden techniques from the dark age of technology. She turned, her augmetic eye boring into him. Nothing in our archives describes what you are. I'm just a hero, Saitama said, sounding a bit frustrated. I don't know why this is so hard to believe. I trained really hard, got strong, and now I fight bad guys. That's it. Vex activated her Vox speed, opening a secure channel. This is Inquisitor Vex. I need a Kulexis assassin deployed to my location. Immediately. Yazov's head snapped up. Inquisitor, are you certain? The Kulexis are... I'm aware of what they are, Tech Priest. The Kulexis Temple produced the Imperium's most feared assassins. Pariahs, humans born without souls, who radiated an anti-psychic field so powerful it caused physical pain to anyone nearby. They were weapons of last resort, capable of killing demons through their mere presence, of rendering psychers catatonic with proximity alone. If Saitama was somehow channeling power through the warp, even unconsciously, a Kulexis would disrupt it. And if he wasn't, then the Imperium had a much bigger problem. While we wait, Vex said, resuming her seat, tell me about your world, this Earth in the distant past. What was it like? Saitama's expression softened slightly, the first real emotion she'd seen from him. Pretty normal, I guess. Cities, people, heroes fighting monsters. I lived in a cheap apartment in City Z. There was a heroes association that ranked heroes and assigned them to emergencies. He paused. It was kind of boring, though. Nothing was ever challenging. Boring, Vex repeated. You lived in a world at peace and you found it boring. Well, yeah. I got so strong that every fight ended in one punch. Monsters, villains, alien invaders didn't matter. They all went down the same way. I thought getting stronger would make me happy, but it just made everything empty. For the first time, Vex saw something in Saitama's eyes that her training recognized. Profound existential loneliness. The look of someone who'd achieved their goal and found it hollow. She'd seen it before, in warriors who'd survived battles that killed everyone they loved, in psychers who'd touched the warp and glimpsed infinity. You sought challenge, she said quietly. Yeah. I just wanted one good fight, one enemy who could make me try. And you think you'll find that here, in the 41st millennium? Saitama's eyes lit up slightly, the most enthusiasm she'd seen from him. Maybe. Those guys in the plaza were weak. But this place seems pretty dangerous. You've got wars everywhere, right? There must be someone strong here. A soft chime interrupted them. The chamber's outer door hissed open, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Frost formed on metal surfaces. The servo skull's auger systems flickered and died. Tech Priest Yazov stumbled backward, his mechadendrites writhing in distress, every augmetic in his body screaming warnings. Vex fought the urge to vomit, the familiar nausea of a Kulexis's presence washing over her. Even Peleus, the sanctioned psyker, collapsed to his knees, gasping. The Kulexis assassin entered like death itself, given form. It wore sinskin armor, every inch of its body concealed, its face hidden behind an eyeless helm. The animus speculum, the psychic focusing device mounted where eyes should be, tracked towards Saitama with mechanical precision. The anti-psychic field intensified, a sphere of absolute negation expanding through the room. It was said that standing near a Kulexis was like having your soul scraped away with broken glass, like every moment of joy in your life erased and replaced with existential dread. Saitama looked up at the assassin. "Oh, new person." He tilted his head. "Why does everyone here wear such weird armor?" The Kulexis stood there, frozen. Its null field was active, radiating at full power, strong enough that Vex could barely think through the pressure in her skull. Saitama showed absolutely no reaction. Vex watched, her augmetic eye recording everything, as the Kulexis slowly turned its eyeless helm toward her. Through the specialized Vox channel only Inquisitors could access, it transmitted a single message in dead binary cant. Target unaffected. Null field has no influence. Request guidance. In that moment, Inquisitor Carmilla Vex, veteran of 4 decades hunting the enemies of mankind, realized she was dealing with something outside the Imperium's entire framework of reality. Not warp-based, not technological, not biological enhancement. Just a man who'd somehow broken every rule the universe operated by. And worse, he was still asking about groceries. The Kulexis assassin stood motionless in the center of the chamber, its null field pulsing like a living thing, an absence so profound it made reality itself recoil. Tech Priest Yazov had retreated to the far corner, his augmetics shorting out intermittently. Peleus, the sanctioned psyker, had curled into a fetal position, whimpering prayers to the Emperor. Even Inquisitor Vex, who'd worked with Kulexis operatives before, felt her soul straining against the void. Saitama just looked confused. "Is something wrong with him?" he asked, gesturing at the assassin. "He's just standing there." Vex forced herself to speak through gritted teeth, every word an effort against the psychic pressure. "That is a Kulexis assassin, a living weapon designed to kill psychers and demons. Its very presence should be causing you unbearable agony." "Oh." Saitama looked at the assassin more carefully. "Sorry, I don't feel anything. Should I?" The Kulexis tilted its head, the gesture somehow conveying confusion despite the expressionless helm. Through the inquisitorial Vox channel, its voice came in flat, emotionless binary. Subject shows 0 psychic signature, 0 warp connection, 0 soul resonance detectable. Conclusion: subject either does not exist or operates outside all known metaphysical frameworks. "Impossible," Vex breathed. "Everything with consciousness has some connection to the warp. Even blanks register as voids. You're saying he's neither?" "Affirmative. Sensors detect physical matter, organic tissue, but no corresponding imprint in the immaterium. It is as if the subject exists solely in real space, with no parallel existence in the warp whatsoever. Vex's mind raced. The warp was the realm of souls, of emotion, of psychic energy. Every living thing in the galaxy cast a reflection there, from the faintest bacterial presence to the blazing beacon of the God Emperor himself. Even blanks existed as voids, as anti-souls that disrupted the warp's flow. But this, Saitama, she said carefully, have you ever experienced dreams, emotions, desires? Sure, I mean, I feel stuff. Right now, I'm hungry and kind of annoyed that I'm not home. He scratched his head. And I dream sometimes, usually about fighting strong opponents or sales at the supermarket. Then you have a soul, consciousness, self-awareness. Vex turned to Yazov. Tech Priest, explain this. Yazov had recovered enough to approach his cogitator, though he gave the Culexus a wide berth. His mechadendrites danced across the input nodes, calling up data from the Mechanicus archives. The warp is, theoretically, a parallel dimension created by the psychic emanations of sentient life. Every thought, every emotion, creates ripples in the immaterium. This is fundamental cosmology, Inquisitor, as immutable as gravity. And yet he exists outside it. So it would seem, which means either our understanding of reality is incomplete. Yazov's vocal synthesizer crackled with stress. Or he is something that should not be possible within this universe's physical laws. Saitama raised his hand like a student in class. Can I ask a question? What's this warp thing you keep talking about? The question was so innocent, so genuine, that it took Vex a moment to process. You don't know what the warp is? Nope, never heard of it. Vex exchanged glances with Yazov. How did you explain the fundamental architecture of reality to someone who apparently existed outside it? The warp is an alternate dimension, she began slowly. It's where psychic power comes from, where demons originate. It's the realm of souls, essentially, and it permeates all of real space. Huh. Sounds complicated. Saitama shrugged. We didn't have anything like that back home, just regular physics and stuff. Regular physics, Vex repeated, her voice hollow. She'd interrogated chaos sorcerers who'd torn apart the fabric of reality. She'd banished demons back to the warp with holy scripture and blessed ammunition. And now she was explaining fundamental cosmology to a man in a yellow jumpsuit who apparently came from a universe where none of it applied. The Culexus transmitted again. Mission parameters unclear. Subject cannot be eliminated through conventional means. Subject cannot be evaluated through standard protocols. Requesting new orders. Vex considered her options. The Culexus was designed to kill things that channeled the warp. Saitama didn't. Her bolt pistol loaded with blessed ammunition, ineffective against someone who'd tanked hellgun fire without flinching. Orbital bombardment. She had a sinking feeling it wouldn't work either, which meant she needed to change tactics entirely. Stand down, she ordered the Culexus. Return to your sanctum. Your services are not required. The assassin nodded once, a gesture of acknowledgement, and turned to leave. The null field receded like a retreating tide, and suddenly the room was breathable again. Peleus gasped, drawing in lungfuls of air. Yazov's augmetics stopped sparking. Vex felt her consciousness expand back to normal parameters, the pressure lifting from her skull. Saitama hadn't noticed any of it. Okay, Vex said, sitting down across from him again. She was sweating despite the chamber's cool temperature, her heart racing from the Culexus exposure. New approach. Saitama, I'm going to be direct with you. The Imperium of Man doesn't know what you are. Our technology can't explain you. Our psychic powers can't affect you. And based on what we've observed, I don't think our weapons can harm you. Yeah, I'm pretty durable, Saitama agreed. That means you're either the greatest threat to humanity since the Horus Heresy, she paused, seeing his blank expression, or you're an unprecedented opportunity. So I need to know, what do you want? Saitama thought about it for a long moment. I want to go home, and I want to find someone strong to fight. In that order, I guess. Someone strong, Vex echoed. Let me be clear about something. The enemies you'll face here aren't like whatever you fought in your world. We have demons that can tear apart reality, tyrannid bioships that can consume planets, Necron war machines older than human civilization, space marines genetically engineered to be the perfect warriors. Are you telling me you think none of them would be a challenge for you? For the first time, Saitama looked genuinely interested. Really? That sounds promising. The Chaos guy from earlier was super weak, but maybe there are stronger ones. Vex felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Culexus. He wasn't boasting. He was hopeful, like a child being promised a toy they'd always wanted. The Chaos champion you killed, she said carefully, had slaughtered an entire Space Marine combat squad 2 weeks ago. 5 genetically enhanced warriors in power armor, each one worth 100 normal soldiers. He tore through them in minutes. Oh, Saitama's expression fell. So he was supposed to be strong. I barely felt it when he hit me. Emperor's mercy, Vex whispered. She dealt with living saints who manifested the Emperor's will, with Space Marine chapter masters who'd fought for centuries, with every conceivable form of enhanced warrior. None of them had ever demonstrated this level of casual invincibility. A vox chime interrupted her thoughts. Inquisitor Vex, Captain Thorne's voice crackled through. We have a situation developing. Long-range augurs are detecting the Chaos fleet entering the system. They're broadcasting on all frequencies. The message is unusual. Patch it through. The chamber's hololith flickered to life, displaying a robed figure whose face was hidden beneath a Baroque helmet fused with his skull. Chaos sigils burned in the air around him, and his voice carried the multi-tonal corruption of warp taint. Servants of the false emperor, the Chaos sorcerer, Lord Vexarius, according to Imperial records, announced, I seek audience with the one who slew Champion Krovar, the one without a soul, the one who defies the very laws of existence. The helmeted face seemed to stare directly through the transmission. I bring an offer from the blood god himself. Khorne, Lord of Skulls, desires to test this anomaly. Send him forth, or we shall reduce your world to ash and claim him from the ruins. The transmission cut out. Silence filled the chamber. Vex's augmetic eye analyzed the recording, confirming what she already knew. Vexarius commanded a fleet capable of devastating Varsavia Prime. 3 cruisers, 24 escort vessels, and something else. A massive ship at the fleet's center that augurs couldn't properly scan, as if it existed partially in the warp. They're here for you, Vex said to Saitama. Khorne is the Chaos god of war, battle, and bloodshed. If he's taken an interest... A god? Saitama perked up, his expression brightening. Is he strong? Strong? Vex laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. Khorne is a fundamental force of the universe. He's the physical manifestation of all violence and rage in the galaxy. He's fought the other Chaos gods to a standstill. His greater demons can tear apart titans. And you're asking if he's strong? Yeah. I mean, that sounds promising, right? Finally, someone who might give me a good fight. Vex stared at him, trying to process the absolute sincerity in his voice. This man, this impossible, inexplicable man, was genuinely excited at the prospect of fighting a Chaos god. You can't fight Khorne, she said flatly. He exists in the warp. He's not a physical being you can punch. Oh, Saitama's expression fell again. That's disappointing. But his champions are very much physical. His demon princes, his bloodthirsters, his mortal servants. Vex stood, pacing the chamber. Her tactical mind was already working through scenarios. A Chaos fleet was inbound. They wanted Saitama. If she refused, they'd attack the planet. If she sent him... She stopped pacing, turning to face him. If I authorized you to engage Chaos forces, would you do it? Sure, they attacked me first anyway. Saitama stood up, the restraint chair groaning as it adjusted to his movement. Plus, if this Khorne guy's champion is actually strong, that'd be great. You understand that Chaos champions are corrupted by entities from beyond reality? That they wield powers that defy physics? Yeah, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Saitama said matter-of-factly. I'm just going to punch them. Tech Priest Yazov made a sound like a machine prayer. Inquisitor, surely you're not considering sending him against an entire Chaos fleet. Vex considered. Every tactical calculation said this was insane, but every tactical calculation also said that Saitama shouldn't exist. And if the Chaos forces wanted him badly enough to declare their intentions openly... The Emperor protects, she murmured, making the sign of the Aquila. And sometimes he sends miracles we're too blind to recognize. She activated her Vox bead. Captain Thorne, prepare a Thunderhawk for immediate launch. We're sending an emissary to meet with the Chaos fleet. An emissary, Inquisitor? Yes, his name is Saitama. And Captain. She looked at the bald man in the yellow jumpsuit, who was stretching like he was preparing for morning exercise. Make sure the pilot understands that his passenger is unorthodox. And probably invulnerable, and possibly insane. Understood, Inquisitor. Emperor, preserve us. Indeed, Vex said softly, watching Saitama do a few casual squats. Though I suspect we're beyond the Emperor's protection now. We're in entirely new territory. In orbit above Varsavia Prime, aboard the Chaos cruiser Blood Eternal, Lord Vexarius watched his scrying flames with growing anticipation. The yellow-suited anomaly was being transported to a Thunderhawk. Good. Khorne's interest had not been mistaken. Prepare the arena, Vexarius commanded his cultists. The Blood God demands a spectacle, and we shall give him one worthy of the Skull Throne. The Thunderhawk gunship tore through Varsavia Prime's polluted atmosphere, its armored hull shaking as it punched through turbulence that would have shredded civilian craft. Inside the troop bay, 20 Space Marines of the Crimson Fists chapter stood in perfect silence, mag-locked boots keeping them stable as the ship bucked and rolled. Each warrior was a genetic masterpiece, 7 feet of enhanced muscle and bone, encased in ceramite power armor that had survived battles across a dozen worlds. Saitama sat on a bench designed for regular humans, looking small by comparison, his cape fluttering slightly in the recycled air. He was eating an emergency ration bar he'd found in a supply crate, chewing thoughtfully. "This tastes like cardboard," he said to no one in particular. Brother Sergeant Kratos of the Crimson Fists turned his helmeted head toward the civilian, his armor's optics analyzing the target. Inquisitor Vex had personally vouched for this individual, claimed he was essential to the upcoming engagement. But all Kratos saw was a man in a yellow jumpsuit, unarmed, unarmored, looking completely out of place in a war zone. "Civilian," Kratos said, his voice amplified by his helmet's Vox grill. "When we reach the Chaos Fleet, you will remain in the Thunderhawk. This is a combat operation. Brother Maxim will ensure your safety while we engage the enemy." Saitama looked up. "Oh, I'm supposed to fight them though. That's why I'm here." A ripple of something, not quite laughter but close, passed through the Space Marine squad. These warriors had fought orcs, tyrannids, and chaos cultists. The idea of an unaugmented human claiming he would engage a chaos fleet was absurd. "I understand your courage," Kratos said, his tone patient in the way of someone explaining reality to a child. "But chaos warriors are not like planetary defense forces. They are enhanced by the ruinous powers, corrupted beyond human limits. A single Chaos Space Marine could kill 100 unaugmented men." "Yeah, but I'm pretty strong," Saitama said, finishing his ration bar. "I fought that Chaos guy earlier. He wasn't very tough." Brother Maxim, the squad's apothecary, accessed his armor's data feed, pulling up the picked capture from the plaza. "Brother Sergeant," he said quietly over the squad's private channel. "The Inquisitor's report indicates this individual eliminated Champion Krovar with a single strike. The picked evidence is disturbing." Kratos had reviewed the same footage. He'd seen the Chaos Champion explode, the shockwave that followed. The Inquisition's analysis claimed the civilian had done that with his bare hands. But analysis could be wrong. Picked feeds could be manipulated. In Kratos' 3 centuries of service, he'd learned to trust what he could verify himself. "We shall see," Kratos said neutrally. The Thunderhawk's pilot, a grizzled Navy officer named Corvus, voxed back from the cockpit. "Approaching Chaos Fleet perimeter. They're broadcasting coordinates for a boarding approach to the primary vessel. Inquisitor Vex has authorized us to proceed. Emperor, help us all." Through the Thunderhawk's viewports, the Chaos Fleet came into view. 3 cruisers hung in the void like predatory fish, their hulls twisted by centuries of warp exposure. Covered in spikes and brass decorations, smaller escort ships swarmed around them, and at the center, the Blood Eternal defied conventional ship design. It looked like a cathedral merged with a slaughterhouse, its hull bleeding red light, chains the size of buildings hanging from its flanks. Massive cannons pointed outward in all directions, each barrel inscribed with runes that hurt to look at. And along its surface, thousands of Chaos warriors prepared for battle, visible even from this distance. "That's a big ship," Saitama observed, pressing his face against a viewport. "A despoiler-class battleship," Brother Maxim confirmed. "Crew complement estimated at 50,000 cultists, 3,000 Chaos Space Marines, and unknown demon manifestations. Armament includes Nova cannons, lance batteries, torpedo bays, and... Okay, but how do I get over there?" Saitama interrupted. "Do we land or something?" Kratos was about to respond when the Vox crackled with Lord Vexarius's voice, distorted by warp interference. "Servants of the false emperor, send forth the anomaly, alone. He may approach through the void. The blood, God's blessing, will guide him." "They want you to spacewalk," Corvus transmitted from the cockpit. "Without a void suit. That's a death sentence." "Will the vacuum of space harm you?" Kratos asked Saitama, his tactical mind already calculating alternatives. Saitama thought about it. "I don't think so. I've been to the moon before without a suit. It was fine." Every space marine in the bay turned to stare at him. Even for Astartes who could survive limited void exposure, casual moon visits without protective equipment was impossible. "You've been to the moon," Kratos repeated slowly. "Yeah, I was chasing a bad guy. He threw me there, so I jumped back. Took about 20 seconds. Saitama stood up, adjusting his cape. "So I can just fly over to that ship?" "Fly," Brother Maxim said. "You can fly." "Kind of. I mean, I jump really hard and control my direction. It's not proper flying, but it works." The Space Marines exchanged glances, their centuries of combat experience providing no framework for this conversation. Kratos accessed the inquisitorial data packet again, reviewing every detail of Saitama's abilities. Invulnerable to lasfire, unaffected by Culexis null fields, eliminated a Chaos champion instantly, and now apparently capable of void travel and flight. "Brother Sergeant," one of the younger Marines, Brother Talric, transmitted privately, "is this man a living saint? Some manifestation of the Emperor's will?" "Unknown," Kratos replied, "but the Inquisition has sanctioned his deployment. We follow orders." He turned to Saitama. "Very well. We'll depressurize the bay and open the boarding ramp. You may proceed to the Chaos vessel, but understand, if you require extraction, we may not be able to reach you in time." "That's fine," Saitama said, walking toward the bay door. "I'll probably just punch my way back out when I'm done." Kratos activated the depressurization sequence. Warning klaxons blared as atmosphere began venting into space. The Space Marines, sealed in their power armor, remained unaffected. Saitama stood at the edge of the opening ramp, cape billowing in the escaping air, looking out at the void with mild interest. The bay door opened fully, revealing the star-studded darkness of space, the massive Chaos battleship floating kilometers away, and the total vacuum that should have killed any unprotected human instantly. Saitama took a breath, somehow despite the lack of atmosphere, and stepped off the ramp. He fell for a moment, then stopped, hovering in the void. He looked down at the Thunderhawk, then up at the Blood Eternal, calculating distance and trajectory with the casual ease of someone planning a trip to the corner store. "Okay," he said, his voice somehow transmitting through the void itself, picked up by the Thunderhawk's external sensors. "Here I go." He crouched slightly, then launched himself forward. The shockwave from his jump rocked the Thunderhawk, sending it spinning. Alarms screamed as the pilot fought to stabilize the craft. Through the viewports, the Space Marines watched as Saitama crossed 3 kilometers of vacuum in 2 seconds, his yellow-suited form becoming a blur, then a streak of light, then slamming into the Blood Eternal's hull with an impact that registered on every auger in the system. A crater appeared in the battleship's armored flank, 30 meters wide, the metal compressed inward as if a god had pressed a thumb into soft clay. "Did he just..." Brother Talric started. He did, Kratos confirmed, watching the augur displays. He survived void exposure, demonstrated flight capability, and damaged a Chaos battleship with kinetic impact alone. Brother Sergeant, Maxime said quietly, I'm beginning to understand why the Inquisitor sent him. On the surface of the Blood Eternal, Saitama pulled himself out of the crater he'd made, brushing off his jumpsuit. Around him, the hull was covered in chaos runes that glowed with unnatural light, brass skulls the size of tanks mounted on spikes, and chains that seemed to move with malevolent life. Oops, Saitama said, looking at the damage. I should probably work on my landings. A hatch irised open nearby, revealing a corridor that pulsed with red light. From within, a voice boomed, Lord Vexarius, speaking through voxcasters and warp amplification. Welcome, Anomaly. The Blood God awaits. Enter and face his champion. Face Bloodletter Prime Kabanda's Herald. Face glory or oblivion. Saitama walked toward the hatch, cracking his knuckles. Finally, hopefully this one's actually strong. He stepped inside and the hatch sealed behind him with a sound like grinding teeth. Aboard the Thunderhawk, Brother Sergeant Kratos stood in silence, processing what he'd witnessed. In 300 years of service to the Emperor, he'd never seen anything like this. Not from living saints, not from chapter masters, not from anyone. Brother Sergeant, Corvus voxed from the cockpit, I'm reading massive energy spikes inside the Blood Eternal. Something's manifesting, something big. Maintain position, Kratos ordered. If the civilian requires extraction. With respect, Brother Sergeant, Maxime interrupted. I don't think he's a civilian. I don't know what he is. But civilians don't jump through space and damage Chaos battleships. Kratos nodded slowly. Agreed. Mark this in the chapter records. On this day, the Crimson Fists bore witness to something outside the Codex Astartes, outside Imperial doctrine, and possibly outside the Emperor's design itself. Do we aid him? Talric asked. No, Kratos said, watching the energy readings spike higher on his display. We observe, and we pray that whatever he is, he fights for humanity. Inside the Blood Eternal, Saitama walked down a corridor lined with screaming faces pressed into the metal walls, cultists who'd been ritually merged with the ship, their torment powering its systems. He barely noticed them, focused instead on the distant sound of something massive moving, of chains rattling, of a roar that shook the entire vessel. He emerged into an arena carved from the ship's interior, a vast amphitheater where Chaos Space Marines lined the walls, their armor painted in red and brass, the mark of Khorne on every surface. In the center of the arena stood a demon, 15 meters tall, its skin the color of dried blood, wings of tattered flesh spreading from its back. It held a massive axe in clawed hands, each finger the size of a man. The Bloodletter Prime, a greater demon of Khorne, herald of Kabanda himself, stared down at Saitama with eyes like burning coals. Mortal, it roared, its voice shaking the very atoms of the ship. The Blood God has marked you. Show me your strength. Give me your skull for his throne. Saitama looked up at the demon, evaluating it with the eye of someone who'd faced countless monsters. You're pretty big, he observed. That's good. Maybe you'll last more than one punch. The greater demon laughed, a sound like continents grinding together. Arrogant flesh, I have ended worlds. I have slain saints. I am eternal rage given form." Yeah, Saitama said, getting into a fighting stance. "Let's just see if you're actually strong." Around the arena, thousands of Chaos Space Marines began chanting, their voices merging into a single battle hymn to the Blood God. Lord Vexarius watched from a viewing throne, his scrying flames showing him angles from every direction. This would be glorious. The anomaly would either prove worthy of Khorne's attention or die and provide a single skull for the throne. Either way, the Blood God would be satisfied. The greater demon raised its axe, reality itself bending around the weapon's edge, and brought it down with all the force of hell itself. Saitama didn't move. The axe struck him square on the head. The blade shattered like glass. The greater demon stared at the shattered remnants of its axe, a weapon forged in the warp itself, tempered in the blood of saints, capable of cleaving through Titan armor. Fragments of the blade clattered to the deck plating, already dissolving into warp stuff, returning to the immaterium from whence they came. Saitama rubbed the top of his head where the axe had struck. "That tickled a little. You're definitely stronger than the other guy." "Impossible," the Bloodletter Prime roared, its voice causing the cultists fused to the walls to scream in sympathetic agony. "Nothing mortal withstands the edge of Khorne's blessing." "I'm not really sure what mortal means in this context," Saitama said conversationally, "but I'm definitely still alive. So I guess that's good news for me." The daemon dropped the broken haft of its weapon and lunged forward with clawed hands, each finger wreathed in warp fire that burned with temperatures exceeding stellar cores. It moved with speed that defied its massive size, crossing the arena in a microsecond, claws extended to rend and tear. Saitama sidestepped casually, hands in his pockets. The demon's momentum carried it past him, slamming into the arena wall with enough force to buckle the reinforced hull. Chaos Space Marines, scattered as tons of demonic flesh, crashed through their observation positions, several warriors simply crushed beneath the greater demon's bulk. "You're fast," Saitama observed, "but kind of predictable. You should try mixing up your attacks." The Bloodletter Prime pushed itself upright, ichor dripping from wounds in its flesh. Wounds that should have healed instantly but were regenerating far slower than normal. It stared at Saitama with something approaching confusion, an emotion demons rarely experienced. In 10,000 years of service to Khorne, it had never encountered a being that could simply ignore its attacks. "What are you?" the demon demanded, its voice losing some of its certainty. "You bear no mark of the gods, no blessing of chaos, no favor of the Corpse Emperor. Yet, you stand against me. I already told you guys, I'm just a hero for fun." Saitama pulled his hands from his pockets, finally adopting a serious fighting stance. "But I'm starting to think you might not be strong enough to give me a real fight either. That's disappointing." From his viewing throne, Lord Vexarius leaned forward, his psychic senses screaming contradictions. The scrying flames showed him the truth. The anomaly had taken 0 damage. Not reduced damage, not mitigated damage. 0. As if the greater demon's attacks were simply irrelevant. He opened a psychic channel to the demon, pushing his consciousness through the warp. "Destroy him. Use your full power. Hold nothing back. The Blood God demands his skull." The Bloodletter Prime heard its master's command and roared, its body beginning to swell with borrowed power. Warp energy flooded into real space, channeled through the demon's form, transforming it into a vessel for Khorne's rage itself. Its skin cracked, revealing light the color of blood beneath. Its wings spread wider, each feather a blade of pure violence. When it spoke, its voice carried the weight of a god's attention. Khorne himself watches this battle. Your skull will be the first of billions. Your blood will anoint a new age of slaughter. The demon moved and reality broke. It was no longer bound by physical laws, no longer limited to three-dimensional movement. It struck from multiple angles simultaneously, its claws tearing through space itself, each blow carrying enough force to crack planets. The arena's structure groaned, the ship's Gela fields straining to contain the warp energy being channeled into real space. Saitama stood in the center of the assault, unmoving, as dimensional rifts opened around him and closed without effect. Claws that could pierce reality itself scraped harmlessly against his yellow jumpsuit. Fire that burned souls left no mark on his skin. "Yeah," Saitama said, sounding genuinely disappointed now. "You're still not strong enough." He raised one fist, pulling it back in the classic preparatory motion he'd used 10,000 times before. "I was really hoping for more, but I guess this is it. Sorry." Normal punch. His fist moved faster than light, faster than thought, faster than causality itself. It struck the greater demon in its center mass, and for a microsecond the universe paused, uncertain how to process what was happening. Then the demon exploded, not into chunks of flesh or bursts of warp energy. It simply ceased to exist, its entire essence, body, soul, and connection to the immaterium, erased from reality as if it had never been. The warp energy that had been channeling through it backfired, creating a shockwave that ripped through the arena. Chaos Space Marines detonated in their armor, their bodies unable to contain the feedback. Cultists fused to the walls ignited, burning with warp fire that consumed them to ash in seconds. The arena floor buckled and tore, exposing the decks below. Lord Vexarius's viewing throne exploded, throwing him backward, his psychic wards shattering like glass. He slammed into a bulkhead, his augmetic body sparking, his consciousness reeling from the backlash. Through the pain and confusion, one thought dominated his mind. That wasn't a punch. That was an act of absolute negation. Saitama stood in the center of the devastation, completely untouched, looking at his fist with the same mild disappointment he always felt. One punch again. I thought maybe in this universe, someone would finally... He trailed off, sighing deeply. Around him, the surviving Chaos Space Marines were retreating, their fanatical courage broken by what they'd witnessed. These were warriors who'd sold their souls for power, who'd fought for 10,000 years across the stars, and they were running. "He killed a herald of Khorne," one warrior screamed over the Vox, his voice cracking with terror. "He erased it, not banished, erased. The blood god's blessing means nothing to him. Flee, flee before he..." Saitama started walking toward the nearest exit, looking for a way out of the ship. He wasn't interested in fighting terrified soldiers. They reminded him too much of the low-level monsters back home, not worth the effort. But then the entire ship shuddered, and a presence descended. It wasn't physical. It wasn't entirely spiritual either. It was a tension, the focused awareness of something so vast that its mere notice changed the fundamental properties of reality. The temperature in the arena spiked to levels that would vaporize normal matter. The deck plates turned red, then white-hot, then began to sublimate into plasma. Saitama felt it and looked up with interest. "Oh, is this the god you guys were talking about?" A voice spoke, and it was the sound of every battle ever fought, every drop of blood ever spilled, every war cry ever screamed. It came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating through dimensions. "You interest me, mortal who is not mortal. You fight without rage, you kill without passion, yet your strength is absolute. I am Khorne, and I would know your measure." The surviving chaos space marines threw themselves to the deck, prostrating before their god's presence. Lord Vexarius, dragging himself upright despite his injuries, felt tears of blood running down his face, the ecstasy of being in Khorne's direct attention. Saitama scratched his head. "So you're the guy in charge. Are you strong? Can I fight you?" Silence. A silence so profound it was almost tangible, as if the universe itself held its breath. "Fight me?" Khorne's voice carried something that might have been amusement. "I am beyond your comprehension, little anomaly. I am the manifestation of all violence in the galaxy. I exist in the warp, where your fists cannot reach. But your audacity pleases me. So that's a no?" Saitama's expression fell. "Man, everyone here is either too weak or impossible to actually fight. This universe is kind of disappointing." "Disappointing," Khorne repeated. And now there was definitely amusement in that cosmic voice. "You stand in my domain, having erased one of my heralds, and you call this disappointing. Perhaps you are wasted in this reality. Perhaps you need greater challenges." "Yeah, that would be great," Saitama said hopefully. "Do you know where I can find them? I could offer you power, transform you into my greatest champion. With my blessing, you would fight wars that span galaxies. You would face opponents worthy of your strength. All I ask in return is your service. Your skull will never grace my throne, but your fists will claim billions for it." It was an offer that had tempted countless warriors throughout history. Power beyond imagining, eternal battle against worthy foes, the chance to test oneself against the greatest fighters in existence. Saitama thought about it for exactly 3 seconds. "Nah," he said. "That sounds like work. I'm a hero for fun, not for gods. Plus, you guys attacked innocent people back on that planet. Heroes don't work with bad guys." The silence that followed was different, colder, dangerous. "You refuse, Khorne?" "Yeah, you're basically a villain, right? Making people fight and kill each other. That's pretty clearly bad guy behavior." Saitama's expression became serious, the look he got when fighting monsters who preyed on civilians. "And I don't work with villains." The ship's structure began to tear apart as Khorne's rage manifested physically. Bulkheads exploded, chains shattered. The warp energy flooding into real space increased exponentially, the Geller fields failing entirely. "Then you will die, anomaly. I cannot reach you directly, but my armies will drown you in blood. My champions will hunt you across the stars. You have earned Khorne's eternal enmity. No power in this universe will save you from my wrath." "Okay," Saitama said, completely unbothered. "But I'm still leaving now. This ship is breaking, and I want to get back to that Inquisitor lady. She seemed nice." He walked toward the hull breach he'd created earlier, ignoring the chaos erupting around him. The surviving warriors scrambling to escape, the ship beginning its death spiral. Lord Vexarius, bleeding from a dozen wounds, his body broken, watched the yellow-suited figure disappear through the breach. Through the pain and the shock of failure, one thought crystallized in his mind. He refused Khorne. He rejected a Chaos God's offer and walked away. That shouldn't be possible. Nothing should be able to resist that temptation. What is he? Saitama stepped through the breach into the void of space, oriented himself toward the distant Thunderhawk, and jumped. The blood eternal exploded behind him, reactor containment failing, warp rifts tearing it apart from within. But he was already gone, a yellow streak crossing the vacuum. He landed on the Thunderhawk's hull with a gentle thump, then knocked on the bay door. Brother Sergeant Kratos stared at the external sensors, his enhanced mind struggling to process the sequence of events. The greater demon erased, the Chaos battleship destroyed, a Chaos God refused, and now the civilian was politely knocking, asking to be let back in. "Open the bay," Kratos ordered, his voice carefully neutral. "And prepare a message for Inquisitor Vex. Tell her the anomaly has exceeded all projections, and that we may need to reconsider our understanding of the Emperor's plan for humanity." The bay door opened and Saitama floated inside as atmosphere rushed back in. He landed gently, brushing off his jumpsuit. "So," he said to the stunned Space Marines, "do you guys know where I can get some real food?" Those ration bars were terrible. The Thunderhawk's interior smelled of incense, machine oil, and the faint ozone tang of power armor. Saitama sat on the same bench as before, accepting a standard-issue ration pack from Brother Maxim, who moved with the careful precision of someone handling a live explosive. "This one is protein paste," the apothecary explained, his voice filtered through his helmet's Vox grill. "It contains all necessary nutrients for a standard human for 72 hours. The taste is functional." Saitama squeezed some of the gray paste into his mouth, chewed, and made a face. "It's worse than the bar." "Agreed," Brother Maxim said, and there was a hint of sympathy in his augmented voice. Brother Sergeant Kratos stood nearby, still processing what he'd witnessed through the Thunderhawk's auger feeds. The destruction of the Blood Eternal had created a debris field that stretched for thousands of kilometers, twisted metal, burning wreckage, and the occasional surviving Chaos vessel fleeing at maximum velocity. The remaining two cruisers had broken formation immediately after their flagship's destruction, translating into the warp with the desperation of prey escaping a predator. "Civilian Saitama," Kratos said formally, using the honorific because he genuinely didn't know what else to call him. "You destroyed a greater demon of Khorne. You refused the Blood God's offer, and you emerged without injury. In 3 centuries of service, I have never witnessed anything comparable." "Oh, it wasn't that impressive," Saitama said between bites of protein paste. "The demon was stronger than the other Chaos guys, but still pretty weak. One punch, and he was done." "One punch," Brother Talric repeated from across the bay. The younger Space Marine had removed his helmet, revealing a face covered in service studs, each one representing decades of faithful service. "You erased a greater demon with one punch." "Yeah, I was hoping he'd be tougher, but..." Saitama shrugged. "Same as always." Kratos exchanged glances with his battle brothers. The Codex Astartes contained protocols for every conceivable combat scenario. Fighting demons, engaging Xenos, purging heretics, even confronting other Space Marine chapters. But there was no protocol for this. No tactical framework for dealing with someone who treated greater demons like minor inconveniences. "Tell me," Kratos said, sitting down across from Saitama, a gesture of respect among warriors. "In your world, before you came here, what was the strongest enemy you ever faced?" Saitama's expression became distant, thoughtful. "There was this guy named Boros. He was an alien warlord who'd conquered most of the universe in my reality. He came to Earth looking for a challenge, said a prophecy told him he'd find a worthy opponent there. We fought, and he was actually pretty strong. I had to use a serious punch to finish him." "A serious punch," Brother Maxim repeated, "as opposed to a normal punch?" "Yeah, normal punches are just regular strength. Serious punches are when I actually try a little bit." Saitama finished the protein paste and crumpled the empty container. "But even Boros went down in one serious punch. I thought maybe he'd survive. Maybe we'd have a real back-and-forth fight, but..." He trailed off, his expression empty. It ended the same way. One punch. The Space Marines absorbed this information in silence. Brother Talric performed a quick calculation using his armor's cogitator. If the civilians' normal punches could erase greater demons, what would a serious punch do? Destroy a planet? A star system? "You sound disappointed," Kratos observed, "as if victory brings you no satisfaction." "It doesn't," Saitama said simply. "I trained to become strong so I could be a hero. But I became too strong. Now every fight is over before it begins. I don't feel anything anymore. No excitement, no challenge, no sense of accomplishment. Just emptiness." Kratos understood then. He'd seen this before, in veterans who'd fought so long they'd lost the ability to feel. Combat fatigue. The apothecaries called it, when warriors became so efficient at killing that they forgot why they fought in the first place. But this was different. This was someone who'd achieved his goal and found it hollow. "The Emperor teaches that strength is a gift," Kratos said carefully, "but also a burden. Those with power must use it wisely in service of others. Perhaps your strength is not meant to bring you joy, but to bring others safety." "Yeah, I guess," Saitama said, though he didn't sound convinced. "But it would be nice to have at least one good fight, just one opponent who could make me try." The Thunderhawk shuddered as it began its descent back toward Varsavia Prime, breaking through the upper atmosphere. Through the viewports, the planet's surface came into view. Manufactorums belching smoke, hive cities sprawling across the landscape, and in the distance the cathedral fortress where Inquisitor Vex waited. Inquisitor Vex is requesting immediate debriefing upon landing, Pilot Corvus voxed from the cockpit. "She sounds agitated." "Acknowledged," Kratos replied. He looked at Saitama. "The Inquisition will want to understand what happened aboard the Blood Eternal. They will have many questions." "That's fine. I've got questions too." Saitama stood, adjusting his cape. "Like, how do I get home? And where can I find decent food in this future?" The Thunderhawk touched down in the fortress's landing bay with a hiss of hydraulics and venting coolant. The boarding ramp lowered, revealing Inquisitor Vex flanked by a dozen stormtroopers, Tech Priest Yazov, and, surprisingly, 3 robed figures wearing the brass cog symbol of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Vex's augmetic eye locked onto Saitama as he descended the ramp, scanning him with every available spectrum. No damage, no fatigue, not even elevated heart rate. He looked exactly as he had when he'd left, except slightly annoyed about the food quality. "Saitama," Vex said, her voice tightly controlled. "My augurs registered the complete destruction of a despoiler-class battleship, the flight of 2 Chaos cruisers, and psychic feedback consistent with a greater demon's termination. Not banishment, termination. Tell me exactly what happened." "I punched the demon and it died," Saitama said. "Then the god guy showed up, Korn, I think, and offered me a job. I said no because he's clearly a villain. Then the ship started exploding, so I left." The landing bay fell silent except for the cooling ticks of the Thunderhawk's engines. "You spoke with Korn," Vex said slowly, as if testing each word. "The Chaos god of war and bloodshed. One of the 4 ruinous powers that has corrupted humanity for 10,000 years. Yeah, him. He wanted me to work for him, fight in wars or something. I told him I'm a hero, not a villain, so I wouldn't do it." Saitama scratched his head. He seemed pretty mad about that. "Do you think he's going to cause problems?" One of the Mechanicus priests, Magos Septimus, according to the identification runes on his robes, stepped forward, mechadendrites writhing with agitation. "You refused a Chaos god's offer. The temptation alone has broken the will of entire chapters of Space Marines. The power offered could reshape galaxies, and you simply said no? Well, yeah, why would I work for a bad guy?" Saitama looked genuinely confused by the question. "That's the opposite of being a hero." Magos Septimus turned to his fellow tech priests, speaking in rapid binary cant. Vex's translation software caught fragments. "Impossible. No warp corruption. Moral framework intact despite exposure. Does not compute." "Inquisitor," Brother Sergeant Kratos said, descending the ramp. "I witnessed the engagement through augur feeds. The civilian's account is accurate, though understated. The greater demon was completely destroyed, not banished to the warp, but erased from existence. I have never seen anything comparable in 300 years of service." Vex nodded slowly, her mind racing through implications. A being who could kill greater demons with casual ease, who could resist chaos temptation without effort, who existed outside the warp's influence entirely. This was either the greatest weapon humanity had ever possessed, or the greatest threat. "We need to talk," she said to Saitama. "Privately, about what happens next." "Okay, but can we get real food first? Everything here tastes like cardboard." Despite herself, despite the cosmic implications and the universe-shaking revelations, Vex felt a laugh bubble up in her throat. She suppressed it, maintaining her professional demeanor. "I'll see what the fortress kitchens can provide. Follow me." As they walked through the fortress's corridors, Saitama following Vex, flanked by stormtroopers who no longer bothered pointing their weapons at him, Tech Priest Yazov hurried alongside, his augmetic legs clicking on the stone floor. "Inquisitor, the Mechanicus requests permission to study the anomaly. Non-invasively, of course. We simply wish to understand how he functions. His existence violates multiple fundamental principles of physics and metaphysics." "He's not a machine to be studied, Tech Priest," Vex said sharply. With respect, Inquisitor, he is a phenomenon that requires analysis. If we could understand the mechanism behind his abilities, replicate them even partially. No. But Inquisitor, I said no. Vex stopped walking, turning to face Yazov. He's already refused one god's offer to become a weapon. I won't allow the Mechanicus to turn him into an experiment. Is that clear? Yazov's mechadendrites drooped, the machine equivalent of disappointment. Clear. Inquisitor. They reached Vex's private chambers, a room that doubled as an office, armory, and sanctuary. She dismissed the stormtroopers, sealing the door behind them. Saitama looked around at the weapons mounted on the walls, the bookshelves filled with ancient texts, the tactical displays showing planetary deployments. Nice place, he said. Lots of weapons. Occupational necessity. Vex poured 2 glasses of Amasec, expensive liquor she'd been saving for a special occasion. She offered one to Saitama. I don't know if you drink, but after today, I certainly need one. Saitama took the glass, sniffed it, and took a sip. It's strong, kind of burns. That's the point. Vex downed hers in one gulp, then sat behind her desk, gesturing for Saitama to take the opposite chair. We need to discuss your situation. You're stranded in the 41st millennium, in a universe that's fundamentally different from your own. You want to go home, but I have no idea how to make that happen. No technology in the Imperium's arsenal deals with inter-universal travel. What about that warp thing? Isn't that like alternate dimensions? The warp is parallel to our universe, not separate from it. It's the realm of souls and psychic energy, but it's still part of this reality's framework. Vex leaned forward. You, however, come from outside that framework entirely. Your universe apparently operates on different fundamental laws, which means getting you back would require either finding the exact rift you fell through, unlikely, or creating a new one. And we don't have that capability. Saitama absorbed this, his expression neutral. So I'm stuck here. For now, yes. Vex pulled up a holo display showing a star map of the Imperium. Which raises the question, what do you do now? You've already attracted the attention of Khorne. Other Chaos Gods will inevitably notice you. The Imperium's authorities, people far above my rank, will want to know about you. And everyone will want to use you. Use me how? As a weapon, as a strategic asset, as a deterrent against Xenos threats. Vex's augmetic eye glowed softly in the dim light. You could change the course of this war, Saitama. The Imperium has been fighting for survival for 10,000 years. We're besieged on all fronts. Chaos from within, Xenos from without, our own bureaucracy strangling us from the center. One being with your power could tip the balance. But I don't want to be a weapon, Saitama said quietly. I'm just a hero for fun. I fight monsters and save people because it feels like the right thing to do, not because someone tells me to. I understand. But the Imperium doesn't work that way. We're an empire built on obligation, duty, and sacrifice. Free will is not prioritized. Saitama stood, walking to the window that overlooked Varsavia Prime's capital. Below, he could see Imperial Guard regiments celebrating their unexpected victory, civilians emerging from shelters, servitors already beginning reconstruction efforts. Those people down there, they're safe now because I punched some bad guys. That's good. That's what heroes do. But if I become some kind of official weapon, Fighting wars for governments and empires, that's different. That's not being a hero anymore. Vex watched him carefully. 40 years of inquisitorial service had taught her to read people, to understand motivations and manipulate them when necessary. But Saitama was refreshingly simple. He had a moral code, and he refused to compromise it. No amount of power, temptation, or pressure would change that. "Then what will you do?" she asked. Saitama turned back to face her. "I guess I'll keep being a hero. Help people who need it. Fight bad guys who hurt innocents. And try to find a way home." He paused. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "Are there any really strong fighters in this universe? People or creatures who might actually give me a challenge?" Vex considered the question seriously. "There are entities. The Phoenix Lords of the Eldar, who fought for millions of years. The Silent King of the Necrons, who commanded armies before humanity existed. The hive mind of the Tyranids, a gestalt consciousness spanning galaxies. The Emperor himself, though he's interred on the Golden Throne." She met Saitama's gaze. "Any of them might give you the fight you're looking for, but reaching them would be complicated." "Complicated how?" "The Phoenix Lords are scattered across the galaxy, impossible to find unless they want to be found. The Silent King is currently engaged in a campaign against the Tyranids, somewhere in the Eastern Fringe. The hive mind is an alien intelligence that wants to consume all life. And the Emperor," she paused, "the Emperor is maintained by 10,000 psychers, sacrificed daily to keep him alive. Approaching him would require clearance I don't have." Saitama's expression fell again. "So they're all either impossible to find or impossible to reach." "Great." A knock at the door interrupted them. "Inquisitor," a stormtrooper's voice called through. "The kitchens have prepared food as requested. Also, there's an urgent astropathic message from Segmentum Command, Priority Alpha." Vex's blood ran cold. Priority Alpha meant attention from the highest levels of Imperial authority. "Send in the food, then forward the message to my cogitator. And ensure this room remains secure. No interruptions." The door opened briefly, a servitor wheeling in a cart laden with actual food, roasted meats, bread, vegetables synthesized from the agri-complexes. Saitama's eyes lit up. Finally, real food. While he ate with genuine enthusiasm, the first strong emotion Vex had seen from him besides disappointment, she accessed the astropathic message on her personal cogitator. The text was heavily encoded, requiring her inquisitorial cipher to decrypt. From Lord Inquisitor Valdane, Ordo Malleus, to Inquisitor Carmilla Vex, Varsavia Prime. Subject, Asset Designation Anomaly. Clearance, Obsidian Inquisitor Vex. Your report regarding the unidentified human-designated anomaly has reached the highest levels of the Inquisition. The destruction of a greater demon and resistance to chaos corruption without imperial sanction raises concerns regarding both origin and loyalty. You are hereby ordered to maintain custody of Asset Anomaly, pending arrival of a conclave investigative team. Under no circumstances is the asset to leave your supervision. Should it attempt departure or demonstrate hostile intent, you are authorized to employ exterminatus protocols on your current location. The Emperor protects. Vex read the message 3 times, her augmetic eye recording every word, her mind calculating implications. They wanted to take Saitama, study him, control him, and if they couldn't, They'd destroy an entire planet to prevent him from becoming a threat. She looked at Saitama, who was happily eating synthesized vegetables, completely oblivious to the political machinations swirling around him. He'd refused a god's offer. He'd destroyed a demon that had killed space marines. And he'd done it all because it was the right thing to do. The Imperium would crush that innocence, turn him into a weapon, or try to kill him if he resisted. Inquisitor Carmilla Vex, veteran of 40 years, loyal servant of the Emperor, made a decision that would define the rest of her career. "Saitama," she said carefully, "we need to leave. Now." He looked up from his meal. "Why? Did something happen?" "The Imperium's authorities want to take you into custody, study you, use you, and if you refuse..." She gestured at the cogitator displaying the message. "They'll kill everyone on this planet trying to stop you." "That's a pretty extreme response," Saitama said, frowning. "I haven't done anything wrong. In the Imperium, being too powerful is enough. Being unexplainable is enough." Vex stood, already moving to her armory, pulling out weapons and equipment. "I'm giving you a choice. You can stay here, let them take you, and hope they treat you well. Or you can leave and I'll help you stay free until we figure out how to get you home. You do that? Help me? Won't you get in trouble?" Vex laughed bitterly. "Trouble? I'll be declared a traitor. Excommunicated, hunted by my own organization." She turned to face him. "But I've spent 40 years fighting for humanity, fighting monsters and demons and heretics, and I know the difference between a weapon and a person. You're a person, Saitama, and you deserve better than what they'll do to you." Saitama thought about it for exactly 3 seconds, the same amount of time he'd taken to refuse corn. "Okay," he said, "let's go." The Orc warband had been raiding the mining colony on Vorjak's Edge for 3 days when Saitama and Inquisitor Vex arrived. Not intentionally, their stolen transport shuttle had suffered engine failure while fleeing Varsavia Prime, forcing an emergency landing on the nearest habitable world. What they'd found was a frontier outpost under siege by greenskins, with the local PDF, Planetary Defense Force, barely holding the line. "This is not ideal," Vex muttered, checking the power cell on her bolt pistol as they crouched behind the wreckage of their shuttle. Across the dusty plain, she could see the Orc horde, hundreds of massive green-skinned Xenos wielding crude weapons that somehow still functioned through sheer belief and violence. Their war cries echoed across the valley. "Wah! Wah! Wah!" "What are those?" Saitama asked, watching an Orc the size of a cargo hauler swing a makeshift axe through a plasteel barrier. "Orcs. Orcoids, technically. Fungal-based Xenos warriors who exist solely for war." Vex consulted her auspex, which was fritzing from the electromagnetic interference the greenskins somehow generated. "They're nearly impossible to eradicate because they spread through spores. Kill one warband and a dozen more will grow from the corpses." "They look pretty strong," Saitama observed, and there was that hint of interest in his voice again. "Strong, yes. Intelligent, debatable. They operate on a gestalt psychic field that makes their ramshackle technology work through collective belief. An Orc gun shouldn't function by any mechanical principle, but it does because the Orc believes it will." She glanced at Saitama. "We should avoid engagement. We're fugitives now, Every hour we waste is an hour the Inquisition closes in on our location. But those PDF soldiers are going to die if no one helps them, Saitama said, pointing toward the colonial settlement where a ragged defensive line was being slowly overwhelmed. Laser guns fired desperately, explosions bloomed among the orc ranks, but the greenskins just kept coming, laughing as they charged into certain death. Vex closed her eyes briefly. She'd known this would happen. Saitama's moral code didn't include strategic withdrawal or acceptable casualties. He was a hero, which meant he'd help people even when it was tactically stupid. Fine, she said, but we make it quick. Kill the war boss, the biggest orc, and the rest will scatter to fight amongst themselves for leadership. That's our window to resupply and leave. Which one's the war boss? Vex pointed to a massive orc in the center of the horde, easily twice the size of its fellows, wearing armor made from scrap metal and vehicle plates. It carried a gigantic power claw on one arm and a shute that looked like it had been assembled from 6 different weapons. That one, War Boss Grimskull. Local intelligence reports he's united 3 separate clans. That makes him extremely dangerous. Okay, Saitama said, standing up and adjusting his cape. I'll go punch him. Before Vex could protest, he was already walking toward the battlefield at a casual pace, hands in his pockets, completely unconcerned by the war raging around him. The first orc to notice him was a boys, a standard green-skinned warrior who turned from looting a dead PDF soldier and saw the yellow-suited human approaching. "Oi, Umai, you're lost!" Saitama stopped. "I'm looking for your boss, the big guy." The orc tilted its head, genuinely confused by the question. Then it grinned, revealing tusks the size of combat knives. "You wanna fight the boss? You got guts. You me. Stupid guts, but guts." It raised its chopper, a crude axe, and brought it down towards Saitama's head. The blade shattered against Saitama's scalp, fragments spinning away into the dust. The orc stared at its broken weapon, then at Saitama, then back at the weapon. "Dat ain't normal." "Can you take me to your boss now?" Saitama asked politely. "Boss, boss." The orc started bellowing, jumping up and down. "There's a weird Umi air. He's real tough. You gotta see dis." Across the battlefield, War Boss Grimskull's head turned toward the commotion. The massive orc had been in the process of crushing a Chimera transport with his power claw, enjoying the screams of the PDF soldiers inside. But something else had caught his attention. A feeling, an instinct that all orcs possessed, the ability to sense a good fight. "A tough Yumi," Grimskull bellowed, his voice carrying across the entire valley. "Bring him here. I ain't had a proper scrap in weeks." The orcs around Saitama immediately grabbed him, not attacking but physically dragging him toward their war boss, chattering excitedly in their guttural language. Saitama let himself be pulled along, figuring this was easier than fighting through the entire horde. The orcs formed a circle. Hundreds of greenskins shouting and stomping, creating an impromptu arena. War Boss Grimskull stood in the center, flexing his power claw, his tiny red eyes gleaming with anticipation. "So you's da Yumi, who wants a fight," Grimskull said, looking down at Saitama. "You don't look like much. No armor, no shooter, no proper weapons." The War Boss grinned. "But you got the look, don't ya? The look of a git who knows how to scrap." "You're pretty big," Saitama observed, craning his neck to look up at the war boss. "Bigger than the other one I fought." "Oh, the one. "You've been fighting orcs before." "No, a demon, but you look stronger than him. That's good." The entire orc horde went silent. Then, as one, they erupted in laughter, deep, booming laughter that shook the ground. The concept of a puny human claiming to have fought a demon was hilarious to them. "I like you, Yumi," Grimskull roared with laughter. "You got a sense of humor. Tell you what, if you can survive one hit from me claw, I'll let you go. How's that for sporting?" "Okay," Saitama said, "but can I hit you back?" "Course you can. That's how fighting works." Grimskull raised his power claw, the energy field around it crackling. "Get ready, Yumi!" The war boss struck with the force of an artillery shell, his power claw descending with enough force to demolish a building. It hit Saitama square in the chest. Nothing happened. Grimskull stared at his power claw, then at Saitama, then back at his claw. The energy field was still active. The mechanical systems were functioning, but the Yumi was just standing there, completely unharmed, looking vaguely bored. Dat ain't normal," Grimskull said, echoing his subordinate's earlier statement. "My turn," Saitama said. He pulled back his fist and delivered a light tap, by his standards, to Grimskull's torso. The war boss flew backward like a missile, crashing through 6 of his own boys, slamming into the wreckage of a truck, and finally coming to rest in a crater 30 meters away. The orc horde stared in stunned silence. Then Grimskull pulled himself out of the crater, shaking his head, bits of metal falling from his armor. He looked at Saitama with something approaching reverence. "Dat was amazing," the war boss bellowed, and his voice carried pure joy. "Yeah, it me. Yeah, actually, it me. And it hurt." He started laughing again, this time with genuine delight. "I ain't felt pain like that in years. "Do it again," Saitama blinked. "You want me to hit you again?" "Yeah." "Harder this time." Grimskull charged forward, not attacking, just presenting himself as a target. "Come on, show me what you got." "This is weird," Saitama muttered, but he punched again, harder this time. Grimskull went flying again, even further, crashing through a rockcrete bunker and disappearing in a cloud of dust. The orc horde watched, transfixed, as their war boss emerged from the ruins, bleeding from a dozen wounds, armor cracked, one tusk broken, and grinning like a child with a new toy. "Ya really is the strongest Umi I ever seen," Grimskull declared, limping back towards Saitama. "I been looking for a good fight for so long, and here ya are. A proper opponent." Around the arena, the other orcs began chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Saitama looked uncomfortable. "I don't really want to kill you. You seem different from the Chaos guys." "Kill me? Nah, you ain't gonna kill me." Grimskull laughed. "But you're gonna give me the best fight of me life. Come on, Yumi. Let's see what you really got." For the first time since arriving in the 41st millennium, Saitama encountered something completely unexpected. An opponent who genuinely appreciated being hit, who treated combat as joy rather than conquest, who wanted to fight not for territory or power or corruption, but simply because fighting was fun. It reminded him of why he'd become a hero in the first place. Before the loneliness, before the emptiness, before every battle became a foregone conclusion. "Okay," Saitama said, taking a proper fighting stance. "But I'm still going to be careful. I don't want to accidentally kill you. If you kill me, then I died happy," Grimskull roared. "Now come on." What followed was, by Orc standards, the greatest fight any of them had ever witnessed. Saitama held back significantly, using maybe 10% of his strength, while Grimskull threw everything he had into the battle. The warboss swung his power claw, fired his shooter, headbutted, tackled, and even tried to bite Saitama. Nothing worked, but every failed attack just made Grimskull laugh harder. "You're amazing! Absolutely amazing!" the warboss shouted between exchanges. "I spent decades fighting space marines and tanks, and y'all went down too easy. But you's a proper challenge." Saitama found himself almost enjoying this. Not because Grimskull was strong, he wasn't. Not really. But because the Orc's pure enthusiasm for combat was infectious. There was no malice here, no grand evil plan. Just a warrior who loved fighting, facing someone who could finally give him what he'd always wanted. After 20 minutes of continuous battle, unprecedented for Orc leadership challenges, Saitama delivered one final punch that sent Grimskull sliding across the battlefield, his armor completely demolished, his weapons broken, his body covered in injuries that would have killed a normal being 3 times over. The warboss lay there for a moment, staring up at the sky, then started laughing. Deep, genuine laughter that echoed across the valley. "I lost," Grimskull declared, pulling himself into a sitting position. "I actually lost, and it was perfect." He stood on shaking legs, raised his one remaining functional arm, and pointed at Saitama. "Boys, this Umi is the strongest git I ever fought. He beat me fair and square, so here's what we's gonna do." The Orc horde leaned in, listening intently. "We's gonna follow him." Chaos erupted among the Orcs, not fighting, but excited chattering. Following the strong was fundamental to Orc culture, and Saitama had proven stronger than their warboss. "Wait, what?" Saitama said. "I don't want followers, I'm just passing through." "Don't care," Grimskull said cheerfully, limping toward him. "You beat me, so now we's your boys. That's how it works. We follow ya, fight for ya, and maybe someday one of us gets strong enough to challenge ya again." He grinned with his remaining tusk. "Besides, you're gonna need boys where you're going. The galaxy's a right mess, and we's good at messing things up." From behind the shuttle wreckage, Inquisitor Vex watched through her magnoculars, her augmetic eye recording everything, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. Saitama hadn't just defeated the Orc warboss. He'd befriended him, and now he had an Orc warband? "Emperor preserve us," she whispered. "He's accidentally started recruiting Xenos." The mining colony's command center was a mess of damaged cogitators, stressed PDF officers, and one very confused Inquisitor trying to explain to Saitama why having an Orc warband as followers was a catastrophically bad idea. "There's Xenos," Vex said for the 3rd time, gesturing emphatically at the greenskins who were currently looting Imperial equipment outside with enthusiastic abandon. "Aliens, non-human. The Imperium's standing policy toward Xenos is extermination. If anyone finds out I'm traveling with you and you're commanding Orcs..." "But they're not that bad," Saitama interrupted, eating from a ration pack he'd liberated from the colony's stores. The food was only marginally better than the protein paste. "Grimskull just likes fighting. He's not trying to hurt innocent people or conquer planets. He's just enthusiastic. He's a Xenos warlord who's killed thousands of Imperial citizens." "Oh," Saitama paused mid-chew. That's not good. Hey, Grimskull. He called out the window to where the war boss was supervising his boys. Did you kill a lot of humans? Grimskull looked up, confused by the question. Well, yeah. They kept shooting at us, so we shot back. That's how fighting works. Were they attacking you first, or were you attacking them? The orc thought about this for a long moment, his limited cognitive capacity working through the question. I think. We attacked first, but only cause we wanted a good scrap. Didn't really think about it too much. Saitama turned back to Vex. See, it's not personal. He's just fighting because that's what he does. Like how those Chaos guys fight because their god tells them to. That doesn't make it better. Vex resisted the urge to pull out her bolt pistol and shoot something. 40 years of inquisitorial service, and she'd never been this frustrated. Saitama, listen to me carefully. In this universe, you're going to encounter many species and factions. Some are evil, genuinely, irredeemably evil, like Chaos. Others are just following their nature, like the orcs. But that doesn't mean they're safe or that you should ally with them. Then who should I ally with? You said the Imperium wants to capture me. Chaos wants to corrupt me. These orcs seem straightforward. They just want to fight, and they're willing to follow me because I'm strong. Saitama set down his ration pack. I'm not good at politics or understanding complicated situations. I'm just a hero. I punch bad guys and help people, but here, everyone seems to be a bad guy in some way. The statement hit Vex like a lasgun bolt. He was right in his simple, direct way. The Imperium was built on oppression and fanaticism. Chaos offered power through corruption. The Xenos species all had their own brutal philosophies. There were no clean hands in the 41st millennium, only degrees of monstrousness. You're not wrong, she admitted quietly, sitting down across from him. This universe is dark, darker than you're used to. The Imperium commits atrocities daily in the name of survival. Chaos corrupts everything it touches. The Xenos, even seemingly benign ones like the Tau, pursue their goals with ruthless efficiency. There are no heroes here. Not really. Then maybe that's why I'm here, Saitama said, his expression serious. Maybe I fell into this universe because it needs heroes, real heroes, who help people without worrying about politics or empires or gods. Vex stared at him, her augmetic eye flickering as it processed facial micro-expressions, heart rate, pupil dilation. He wasn't being arrogant. He genuinely believed that. Believed he could be a hero in a universe designed to crush hope. It was either the most inspiring thing she'd ever heard, or the most tragic. If that's truly your intention, she said carefully, then we need to establish some ground rules. First, the orcs can't travel with us openly. The moment Imperial authorities see you commanding Xenos, they'll classify you as a Xenos sympathizer, or worse, a traitor. That's an immediate death sentence. Can't we just explain? No. The Imperium doesn't do nuance. They'll execute you, or try to, and purge this entire planet for harboring Xenos. She pulled up a star chart on a functioning cogitator. We need to move carefully. Stay off major shipping lanes. Avoid Imperial worlds when possible. Find places where your presence won't immediately trigger a system-wide alert. So where do we go? Vex studied the chart, her tactical mind calculating options. They needed supplies, information, and most importantly, a way to either get Saitama home or find him a place where he could exist without constant threat. Her eyes landed on a region of space marked in red, a warning zone. "There," she said, pointing to a sector designated as Damocles Gulf, Eastern Fringe. "What's there?" "The Tau Empire, a young Xenos civilization that practices something they call the greater good, a philosophy of unity and cooperation across species. They're expansionist, but they integrate rather than exterminate. And more importantly," she pulled up additional data, "they're currently engaged in a tentative ceasefire with the Imperium following a major conflict. It's unstable territory, which means less Imperial oversight. Will they try to control me too? Almost certainly, but they'll be more subtle about it. The Tau value diplomacy and negotiation. They might actually listen when you explain your situation." Vex leaned back. "It's our best option. The alternative is staying in Imperial space, constantly fleeing inquisitorial pursuit." A Vox chime interrupted them, the colony's communication system, barely functional, crackling to life. A voice emerged, distorted by interference but clearly human. "Attention unidentified personnel in Mining Colony Command Alpha. This is Captain Thorne of the 44th Cadian. We have tracked Inquisitor Vex's shuttle signature to this location. Stand down and prepare for inquisitorial custody transfer." Vex's blood ran cold. Thorne had found them. And if Thorne was here, that meant the Inquisition's full resources were being brought to bear. "Time to go," she said, standing quickly and gathering her equipment. "Saitama, we need to leave. Now." "What about the PDF soldiers here and the colonists?" "They'll be fine. The orcs are defeated, well, pacified, and the Imperials will provide aid." She was already moving toward the exit. "But if we stay, the Inquisition will torch this entire planet to capture you. Sometimes helping people means leaving before you bring worse down on their heads." Saitama didn't like it. She could see the conflict in his expression. But he nodded and followed. Outside, Grimskull had assembled his boys, who were loading looted equipment onto ramshackle vehicles with alarming efficiency. "Boss," the war boss called, seeing Saitama emerge. "We's ready to go. Where we aidin'?" "Space," Saitama said. "We need a ship." "We got ships, lots of them. De ain't pretty, but de fly." Grimskull gestured to the horizon where several orc rocks, hollowed-out asteroids converted into spacecraft, were visible in low orbit. "We can leave whenever you want," Vex calculated quickly. Orc ships were detectable but unpredictable. Their ramshackle construction and the greenskins' chaotic travel patterns made them difficult to track systematically. If they could reach the Eastern Fringe before the Inquisition triangulated their position. "Can those ships make it to the Damocles Gulf?" she asked Grimskull, addressing a Xenos directly for the first time in her career, something that would have been unthinkable a week ago. "Damocles Gulf, that's right near Tau space," Grimskull grinned. "I hear the Tau got some proper good fights. Yeah, we can get there. Might take a while, and we might have to stop for fuel and supplies, but we'll make it." "Then we go now," Vex ordered, surprised by how easily she'd slipped into cooperating with Xenos. A week ago, she would have executed herself for this level of heresy. Now, survival and helping Saitama took precedence over doctrine. The orcs cheered and began piling onto their vehicles, Trucks, war buggies, and even a captured Chimera transport they'd repainted in garish colors. Within minutes, the entire warband was mobile, heading toward the extraction point where shuttles would take them to the rocks in orbit. As they traveled, Vex voxed back to the colony command center on an encrypted channel. "Captain Thorne, this is Inquisitor Vex. I'm leaving this world voluntarily. The anomaly is with me. Tell your superiors that I'm declaring this a black-level operation, inquisitorial discretion in pursuit of classified objectives. Any attempt to interfere will be met with appropriate response." It was a bluff. She had no black-level authority, but it might buy them time. Thorne's response came after a long pause. "Inquisitor, I don't understand. You're fleeing with the anomaly, and with Xenos. Captain, in your decades of service, have you ever encountered something that made you question everything you thought you knew about the Imperium?" "Yes, once. On Cadia, during the 13th Black Crusade." "Then you understand why I'm doing this. Vex out." She cut the connection and looked at Saitama, who was riding in the back of a truck, surrounded by enthusiastic orcs who were teaching him orcish war chants. He was trying to follow along, badly, his pronunciation terrible, but his effort genuine. "You're going to get me killed," Vex muttered to herself. "Or excommunicated, or worse." But she didn't turn back, because in 40 years of fighting for the Imperium, she'd never encountered anything that offered genuine hope. Not faith in the Emperor, not military might, not even the promise of victory. Just endless grinding survival. Saitama offered something different. The possibility that even in the 41st millennium's darkness, someone could simply choose to be good. To help people without agenda. To fight bad guys because it was right. It was probably naive, probably doomed to fail. But Inquisitor Carmilla Vex, veteran of the Ordo Malleus, found herself willing to risk everything to see if it could work. The rock launched into the void, its engines spewing toxic fumes, its hull covered in crude welding and scavenged Imperial components. Inside, Saitama sat in what passed for a command throne, a seat made from a tank turret, while Grimskull explained the ship's various systems using orc logic that made no engineering sense whatsoever. "And dis bit ear," the war boss said, pointing to a tangle of wires connected to nothing. "That's what makes the ship go faster. 'Cause it's red. Red makes things faster." "Why?" Saitama asked. "'Cause it does. Everyone knows that." Vex, listening from across the chamber while reviewing star charts, closed her eyes and prayed to the Emperor for patience. She was traveling through space in an orc ship, helping a trans-dimensional human avoid Imperial custody, heading toward Tau space with the Xenos warband as escort. Her career was over, but oddly she'd never felt more certain she was doing the right thing. "Course plotted," she announced. 3 weeks to reach the Damocles Gulf, assuming we don't encounter Imperial patrols or get pulled into any orc conflicts along the way. 3 weeks? That's plenty of time for a good scrap or two, Grimskull said enthusiastically. "No scraps," Vex ordered firmly. "We maintain stealth protocols. We avoid all contact. We reach Tau space and we negotiate asylum." "Boring," Grimskull muttered, but he nodded. "But the boss says no scraps, so no scraps. For now." As the rock's warp engines engaged, powered by orc belief as much as actual mechanics, and the ship lurched into the immaterium for a dangerous but untraceable journey, Vex allowed herself a moment of reflection. She'd betrayed everything she'd been trained to believe in, allied with Xenos, defied inquisitorial authority, protected someone who might be the greatest threat or greatest asset humanity had ever encountered. And somehow, watching Saitama attempt to learn Orcish, while Grimskull laughed uproariously at his pronunciation, she didn't regret it. "The Emperor protects," she whispered, more hope than prayer. In the warp outside, demons sensed the rock's passage and moved to intercept, then veered away, confused and disturbed by the presence aboard that registered as neither flesh nor spirit, neither blessed nor damned, just strong, impossibly, inexplicably strong. And in the deepest reaches of the Immaterium, where the Chaos Gods held court, Khorne watched and waited. The anomaly had refused his offer once, but the Blood God was patient. Eventually, everyone fought. Everyone spilled blood. Everyone fell to rage. It was only a matter of time. The Orc rock emerged from the warp 3 days later than planned, its Geller fields flickering from exposure to something in the Immaterium that even demons had avoided. Saitama stood on the observation deck, a jury-rigged platform welded to the ship's exterior with a force field that barely worked, watching the stars wheel past as they transitioned back into real space. "Pretty," he observed, his cape fluttering in the artificial gravity field. Beside him, Inquisitor Vex checked her auspex, comparing their position against star charts she'd downloaded before fleeing Varsavia Prime. "We're in the Perduce Rift, about 2 weeks from the Damocles Gulf proper. This region is contested space, Imperial worlds, Tau colonies, and unaligned systems all competing for resources." She pointed to a cluster of stars on the display. "That system there, Carvos Prime, is technically neutral, a minor human colony that pays tribute to both the Imperium and the Tau to avoid being conquered by either." "Sounds complicated," Saitama said. "Welcome to the Eastern Fringe." Vex pocketed the auspex. "We need supplies. The Orcs have food, if you can call fungus beer and squig meat food. But I need ammunition, proper rations, and intelligence on Imperial movements. Carvos Prime has a black market that caters to smugglers and renegades. We should be able to resupply without drawing attention." "Will people there attack us for traveling with Orcs? In neutral space? They'll be suspicious, but credits talk louder than prejudice. As long as Grimskull's boys don't start a brawl in the market district." She paused, reconsidering. "Actually, they absolutely will start a brawl. We'll need to leave them on the ship." "Boss!" Grimskull's voice boomed from below deck, echoing through the Vox system. "We got something on the sensors, big something, and it's coming this way real fast." Vex and Saitama hurried to the Rock's command center, where Grimskull was staring at a display that looked like it had been assembled from 3 different cogitators and held together with wire and hope. On the screen, a massive contact was approaching at relativistic speeds. "What is that?" Vex demanded, her inquisitorial training immediately categorizing threats. "Too big for a standard Imperial cruiser. Wrong silhouette for Chaos, not Orc construction. That left Tau ship," one of the Orc mech boys announced, reading the sensor data in his own unique way. "Big one, battleship class maybe. And they's hailing us." Vex activated the communication system, her hand resting on her bolt pistol. The hololithic display flickered to life, showing a Tau commander in ceremonial armor, his face, or what she could see of it behind his helmet, expressing calm authority. "Unidentified Orcoid vessel," the Tau said in surprisingly good Gothic. "You have entered space claimed by the Tau Empire under the expansion protocols of the greater good. Identify yourselves and state your intentions, or be classified as hostile raiders and engaged accordingly." Before Vex could respond, Grimskull leaned into the hollow pickup, grinning with his remaining tusk. "Oh aye, we ain't raiders. Well, we is raiders, but not right now. We's travelin' with the boss." He gestured towards Saitama, who'd wandered into frame. "This ere's Saitama. He's the strongest Umi in the galaxy, maybe the strongest anyone. We's is boys." The Tau commander's expression shifted, subtle, but Vex's augmetic eye caught it. Confusion, followed by assessment. "You claim an unaugmented human commands an orc warband? That is unprecedented." "It's complicated," Vex said, stepping forward and making the sign of the Aquila, then immediately regretting it, since that was an imperial gesture. Was Inquisitor Carmilla Vex, Ordo Malleus. I'm traveling with this individual on a matter of extreme importance. We seek temporary asylum in Tau space while we—" "An Inquisitor," the Tau's tone sharpened. "Traveling with orcs? This is highly irregular. We have protocols for defectors from the Imperium, but arriving in Xenos vessels with Xenos warriors." He paused, consulting something off-screen. "Hold your position. Do not advance further or activate weapon systems. A diplomatic delegation will board your vessel within the hour to assess this situation." The transmission cut off. Grimskull looked at Vex. "That went well, right?" "Define well," Vex muttered, already calculating scenarios. The Tau were logical, pragmatic, and ruthless in their own civilized way. They wouldn't simply accept Saitama's presence without thorough investigation, and if they discovered what he was capable of, "They'll want to recruit him," she said aloud. "Just like the Imperium, just like chaos. Everyone wants to use power for their own ends." "What's wrong with that?" Saitama asked. "If they're not bad guys and they want help fighting bad guys, isn't that what heroes do?" "It's not that simple. The Tau's greater good sounds noble. Unity, cooperation, advancement. But it's still an empire built on conquest, just more subtle than the Imperium's approach. They integrate species into their civilization, yes, but they're not doing it out of altruism. They're building an empire to compete with humanity, to spread their ideology across the galaxy. But they don't kill everyone who disagrees with them, right? Like the Imperium does." Vex wanted to say yes, but honesty compelled her to elaborate. "They prefer conversion to extermination, sterilization over slaughter, cultural assimilation over genocide. Is that better? Debatable. It's still conquest, just with a friendlier face." Saitama thought about this while the rock drifted in space, waiting for the Tau delegation. "I don't want to join anyone's empire. I just want to help people and find strong opponents." "Is that really so hard to understand? In this universe?" "Yes." Vex checked her weapons, ensuring everything was loaded and ready. "Because power like yours doesn't exist in a vacuum. The moment people know what you can do, they'll try to control you, use you, or destroy you. That's how the 41st millennium works." An hour later, a Tau Orca dropship docked with the rock. The engineering involved in making that connection work between wildly incompatible technologies was impressive enough that even the Orc mech boys grudgingly approved. The airlock cycled and the delegation entered. 4 fire warriors in combat armor, carrying pulse rifles but not actively aiming them. 1 Earth-caste engineer, his multiple tool appendages twitching with curiosity. And leading them, a figure in elegant robes bearing the insignia of the Water Caste, Tau diplomats trained in negotiation and manipulation. The Water Caste envoy was female, her features delicate by human standards, her eyes assessing everything with calculated precision. She made a formal gesture, a Tau greeting that Vex vaguely recognized from intelligence briefings. I am Por Ui Tau Shi-Ur, representative of the Ethereal Council and emissary of the greater good. I come to understand this unusual situation. Her Gothic was flawless, accent barely detectable. You claim to be an inquisitor of the Imperium, traveling with orcs, escorting an unaugmented human who commands their loyalty. This defies all intelligence we have on Imperial doctrine and orcoid behavior. I'm aware of how it looks, Vex said carefully, but I assure you, everything I've done has been in service of protecting this individual. She gestured toward Saitama, from forces that would misuse his abilities. Shior's gaze fixed on Saitama, who was sitting on a pile of scrap metal, eating something that might have been food. And what abilities would those be? He's really strong, Saitama offered. Like, really, really strong. I can punch through pretty much anything. The fire warriors exchanged glances, their body language suggesting skepticism. One of them, a Shasui, judging by rank markings, stepped forward. With respect, Porui, this human appears unaugmented. No powered armor, no visible weapons. I detect no energy signatures consistent with dangerous technology. Exactly, Shior said, which makes this situation more intriguing. The Imperium does not typically concern itself with baseline humans unless they possess psyker abilities or strategic value. She turned back to Vex. Former Inquisitor, if you are indeed who you claim, why does your Imperium hunt this individual? Because he's an anomaly they can't explain, Vex said. He exists outside their framework of understanding. And what the Imperium cannot understand, it destroys. A familiar pattern? The Imperium's fear of the unknown has driven many to seek the greater good's embrace. Shior circled Saitama slowly, studying him from multiple angles. But you have not sought the greater good. You travel with orcs, species we are currently at war with. Why? They wanted to come, Saitama said simply. Their boss, Grimskull, likes fighting, and I beat him in a fight, so now he follows me. I don't really get it, but he's been helpful. You defeated an orc war boss in single combat. Yeah, it wasn't that hard. He's tough, but show me. Everyone turned to look at the fire warrior Shasui who'd spoken. The warrior stepped forward, setting his pulse rifle aside. If you claim such strength, demonstrate it. I challenge you to unarmed combat, non-lethal, simply to verify your capabilities. Vex immediately stepped between them. That's not. I accept challenges from warriors of proven courage, Shior interrupted smoothly. Shasui Korva is one of our finest. If your companion can best him without augmentation or weapons, that would be informative. Saitama stood up, stretching. Okay, but I'll be careful. I don't want to hurt anyone. The Orc Command Center was cleared, creating an impromptu arena. Grimskull and his boys gathered around, chanting encouragement. The Fire Warriors took positions around the perimeter, weapons lowered but ready. Vex stood with Shior, watching with very different emotions. Vex with dread, Shior with clinical interest. Shasui Corva removed his helmet, revealing a Tau face marked with honor scars from dozens of battles. He bowed formally, then adopted a fighting stance that combined Tau martial arts with combat training. I have fought orcs, humans, and even Chaos Space Marines. Show me what makes you different. Okay, Saitama said, not bothering with the stance. But seriously, I'm really strong. You should, maybe... Corva attacked with the speed of a trained warrior, his strikes precise and powerful. He aimed for nerve clusters, joints, vulnerable points, techniques designed to incapacitate without killing. Every strike bounced off Saitama's body like hitting reinforced ceramite. Corva's expression shifted from confidence to confusion. He increased his speed, channeling years of training into a flurry of blows that would have overwhelmed most opponents. Saitama stood there, hands in his pockets, letting the Fire Warrior exhaust himself. "Are you done?" Saitama asked after 30 seconds of continuous assault. You... Corva stepped back, breathing hard. "Your body is harder than combat armor. Are you certain you're unaugmented?" "Pretty sure. I just did regular exercise. Nothing fancy." The Fire Warrior looked at Shior, his expression seeking guidance. The water-caste diplomat's face remained neutral, but her eyes had widened slightly, the first genuine surprise Vex had seen from her. "Interesting," Shior said quietly. "Shasui Corva, increase your assault. Use lethal force. I want to see the limits of this phenomenon." "Porui, I cannot strike to kill a potential ally. He claims invulnerability. Test it." "That is in order." Corva hesitated, then nodded. He retrieved his pulse rifle, checked the power cell, and aimed at Saitama's center mass. This weapon fires plasma pulses capable of penetrating Space Marine armor. If you are truly invulnerable, this will cause no permanent harm. But I strongly suggest you reconsider. "It's fine," Saitama said. "Go ahead." The Fire Warrior fired 3 times in rapid succession. Blue-white plasma bolts struck Saitama's chest, each impact carrying enough energy to vaporize an unarmored human. Saitama's jumpsuit scorched slightly, the fabric singeing, but when the smoke cleared, his skin beneath was completely unmarked. Saitama said, checking the damage to his suit. "That stung a little. You're definitely stronger than most of the people I've fought here." Corva lowered his weapon, his hands trembling slightly. "Porui, I have no explanation for this. By all physical laws, he should be dead, multiple times over." Shior approached Saitama, her diplomatic mask cracking slightly to reveal genuine fascination. "You are either the most sophisticated biological weapon ever created, or you represent something entirely outside known science." She made a decision, her expression settling into calculated friendliness. "Saitama, may I call you that? The greater good recognizes strength as a tool for unity and progress. We have use for individuals with unique abilities. Join us. Help us build a better future, and we will provide you resources, purpose, and the challenges you seek." "There it is," Vex muttered. "I told you." Saitama looked between Shiur and Vex, his expression troubled. You're doing the same thing as the Chaos God and the Imperium, offering me stuff in exchange for fighting your wars. Not wars of conquest, Shior corrected smoothly. Wars of liberation. We free species from the Imperium's tyranny, from Orkoid aggression, from the darkness that plagues this galaxy. With your strength, we could save billions of lives. Isn't that what a hero does? It was a good pitch. Vex had to admit that. The Tau understood manipulation, understood how to frame their expansion as altruism. And for someone like Saitama, who genuinely wanted to help people, it would be tempting. How many people have you saved? Saitama asked suddenly. Shior blinked, not expecting the question. The greater good has integrated 43 species into our empire. Billions of individuals now live in peace, prosperity, and cooperation. No, I mean you, personally. How many people have you saved? I am a diplomat. I negotiate treaties, broker alliances, facilitate understanding between species. My work saves lives indirectly through preventing conflicts. So you haven't actually saved anyone. You just talk, and then soldiers do the fighting. The bluntness of the statement made even the fire warriors shift uncomfortably. Shior's diplomatic mask slipped entirely, revealing something colder beneath. Are you suggesting that diplomacy is less valuable than violence? I'm saying that I'm a hero. I save people directly. I don't make deals or build empires or negotiate treaties. I see someone in danger and I help them. That's it. That's what heroes do. Saitama looked at Shior with the same disappointed expression he'd given Korn. You're not asking me to be a hero. You're asking me to be a soldier in your empire. That's not the same thing. Shior's expression hardened. You refuse the greater good's offer. Yeah, same as I refused the Chaos God and the Imperium. I'm not interested in joining empires. Saitama turned to Vex. Can we go now? Before anyone could respond, the rock's alarms started blaring, a harsh, discordant sound that made everyone's teeth ache. Grimskull's voice boomed over the vox. Boss, we got big problems. Massive fleet just dropped out of the warp, and they ain't orcs, ain't Tau, ain't Imperials. Vex's blood ran cold. She rushed to the nearest sensor display. Shai-Ur and the fire warriors close behind. On the screen, approaching from the system's outer edge, was a fleet that made everything else seem insignificant. Hundreds of ships, thousands, organic vessels the size of moons, smaller craft swarming between them like insects. Bioships covered in carapace armor, bristling with weapon organisms, leaking ichor into the void as they moved with horrifying coordination. Tyranids, Vex whispered, her voice barely audible. Shior's face went pale, as much as a Tau's could. A hive fleet. Here. We had no warning. Our auger stations should have detected them days ago. There's billions of them, Grimskull shouted over the vox. And they's all coming right at us. This is gonna be a proper fight. On the display, the Tyranid swarm began to accelerate, drawn by the concentration of biomass in the system. Carvos Prime, the neutral colony Vex had planned to visit, was directly in their path. 8 million human colonists, completely unaware of the horror descending toward them. We have to warn them, Saitama said immediately. Get them to evacuate. There's no time, Vex said, her tactical training calculating the mathematics of doom. A hive fleet moves faster than most evacuation protocols. By the time we reach the colony, the Tyranids will already be there. And even if we warned them, where would they go? The nearest Imperial world is weeks away. The nearest Tau world would refuse to take Imperial refugees. Then we fight them, Saitama said, his voice taking on an edge Vex had never heard before. We can't just let 8 million people die. Shior was already voxing her ship, speaking rapidly in Tau. I'm calling for reinforcements. A hunter cadre is 3 days away. If we can delay the Hive fleet... 3 days is too long, Vex interrupted. In 3 days, that colony will be stripped to bedrock, every living thing converted to biomass for the fleet. Saitama walked toward the observation deck, looking out at the approaching swarm. Even from this distance, the sheer scale was visible. A living tide of alien hunger, vast beyond comprehension. The Tyranid Hive fleet represented billions of individual organisms, all controlled by a single overriding intelligence. The Hive mind. They existed to consume, to adapt, to devour every world in their path and grow stronger from it. How many? Saitama asked quietly. Billions, Vex confirmed. Maybe trillions if we count the smaller organisms. A full Hive fleet can strip an entire sector of life. Good. Everyone turned to stare at him. Good? Vex repeated. Saitama, this is a Hive fleet. This is one of the greatest threats the galaxy has ever faced. What do you mean, good? Saitama cracked his knuckles, his expression more serious than Vex had ever seen. I mean that I finally get to face a lot of enemies at once. Maybe, with that many coming at me all at once. He allowed himself a small, hopeful smile. Maybe it'll actually feel like a real fight. Grimskull started laughing, that deep, booming orc laugh that seemed to shake the entire ship. I knew I liked you, boss. Only a proper git looks at billions of nids and says good. Shar's diplomatic composure had completely shattered. You cannot be serious. You intend to engage a Hive fleet single-handedly. That's suicide. That's insanity. Yeah, probably, Saitama agreed. But those people on the colony don't deserve to die just because some space bugs are hungry. So I'm going to punch the bugs until they go away. He turned to Vex. Can you get those people evacuated while I keep the Tyranids busy? Vex stared at him, her mind struggling to process the statement. Keep a Hive fleet busy. As if they were a minor inconvenience, as if billions of apex predators bred for war were just another monster to punch. It was insane. It was impossible. But she'd seen him erase a greater demon, survive pulse rifle fire, walk through the void, and every time he'd been holding back. If you're truly going to do this, Vex said slowly, then yes. I can coordinate an evacuation with the Tau forces, but Saitama, don't die. I've risked everything helping you. I'd prefer that sacrifice meant something. I'll be fine, Saitama said with absolute confidence. I always am. He walked toward the airlock, preparing to simply jump into space and fly toward the oncoming Hive fleet. Grimskull called after him. Oh, aye, boss, want us to come with ya? We ain't scared of no bugs. No, you help with the evacuation. Make sure everyone gets off that planet safely. But boss, that's an order, Saitama said, his voice carrying an authority that made even the orcs stop and listen. Heroes protect people. That's the priority. Always. He stepped into the airlock. Through the observation window, they watched him orient himself toward the distant Hive fleet, now visible as a dark smear against the stars. He's going to die, one of the fire warriors said quietly. Maybe, Vex agreed. Or maybe we're about to witness something the hive mind has never encountered before. Prey that fights back with absolute overwhelming force. Saitama launched himself into space, a yellow streak crossing the void, accelerating toward billions of alien horrors with nothing but his fists and his unshakable conviction that heroes save people, no matter the odds. Behind him, on the rock, unlikely allies, Imperial, Tau, and Orc, began coordinating the largest evacuation operation any of them had ever attempted. And in the depths of space, the hive mind felt something it had not experienced in its eons of existence across countless galaxies. Confusion. Something was approaching, something small, insignificant, yet radiating such absolute physical presence that the hive mind's usual patterns of assessment failed to categorize it. It was neither predator nor prey. It was something the Tyranids had never consumed before, and they were about to learn that some meals fight back. The vanguard organisms reached Saitama first, a swarm of gargoyles, flying Tyranid creatures with leathery wings and bioweapons fused to their limbs. Thousands of them, moving with the coordinated precision of a single organism, because that's exactly what they were. Individual cells in the vast body of the hive mind. They opened fire simultaneously, launching flesh borer beetles and bioplasma at the yellow-suited figure hanging motionless in the void. Saitama didn't dodge. The organic projectiles struck him, exploded against him, tried to burrow into his flesh. Every single attack failed, the beetles shattering against his skin, the bioplasma dissipating harmlessly. "Okay," Saitama said to the vacuum of space, his voice somehow still audible to the Tyranids' psychic senses. "Let's see how tough you guys are." He punched forward, not even moving toward them, just extending his fist in a striking motion. The shockwave that followed violated several laws of physics. In space, sound doesn't travel. Explosions don't carry concussive force. But Saitama's punch created a pressure wave of pure kinetic energy that propagated through the void like a physical thing, carried by sheer force of will and impossible strength. The entire gargoyle swarm, thousands of organisms, disintegrated. Not killed, not damaged, simply ceased to exist, their biological matter converted to free atoms by the sheer energy of the strike. The hive mind paused. For a microsecond, an eternity by Tyranid processing standards, the Gestalt intelligence that controlled the hive fleet experienced something approaching hesitation. In its consumption of 1,000 galaxies, it had encountered many forms of resistance, psychic races that could wound its mind, technological civilizations that could match its bioships, weapon for weapon, even individuals of such power that killing them required specialized bioforms. But this was different. The hive mind adapted. From the larger bioships, new organisms began launching. Carnifexes, living tanks covered in carapace armor, thick enough to withstand anti-armor weapons, each one massing several tons and capable of tearing through bunker walls. Behind them came hive tyrants, synapse creatures directly linked to the hive mind, wielding bone swords and venom cannons. And swimming through space using psychic propulsion came zoanthropes, floating brains protected by warp shields, capable of manifesting psychic powers that could crack open titans. They swarmed towards Saitama from all directions, a three-dimensional net of teeth, claws, and bioweaponry. Saitama assessed them with the eye of someone who'd fought 10,000 monsters. "More of you? Good. Let's make this interesting." He moved. One moment he was stationary, the next he was among them, fists flying with casual precision. Each punch was measured, not his full strength, not even close, but enough to see how durable these creatures were. A Carnifex's armored carapace crumpled like paper, its body spinning away into the void, already dead. A hive tyrant raised its bone swords to block, and the weapons, forged from organic matter harder than ceramite, shattered on contact with Saitama's fist. A zoanthrope's warp shield flickered into existence, psychic energy forming a barrier that could deflect plasma fire. Saitama punched through it without slowing down, his fist continuing through the shield and the creature behind it. "Still not strong enough," he muttered, disappointed. The hive mind observed, calculated, and adapted with the speed of evolution compressed into seconds. This organism, this anomaly, operated on principles outside the hive mind's vast catalog of consumed species. It had no psychic presence to target. Its physical durability exceeded anything biological. Its strength seemed limitless. The hive mind had encountered the concept of limitless before, of course. Many species claimed godlike power, but they all had limits. Everything had limits. Biomass, energy, entropy, these were universal constants. The hive mind would find this creature's limit, and then it would consume him and adapt his strength for itself. New organisms began gestating in the bioships, specialized forms designed specifically to counter extreme physical resilience. Maleceptors that could attack neural pathways directly, toxicrines that secreted acids capable of dissolving Tyranid carapace armor from the inside, hierophants, massive biotitans that dwarfed even the largest organisms in the swarm. They poured forth from the ships, thousands more every second, a flood of teeth and claws and adaptive evolution given physical form. Saitama met them all with a calm expression and increasingly powerful punches. "Consecutive normal punches," he said, his fists becoming blurs of motion. Space filled with the debris of destroyed Tyranids, their organic matter drifting in clouds that quickly froze in the void. The Hive Fleet's vanguard, organisms that could conquer planets, was being systematically dismantled by a single opponent. But the Hive Fleet didn't retreat, couldn't retreat. The hive mind knew only consumption and adaptation. It threw more organisms at the problem, each wave slightly modified, testing different approaches. High-velocity projectiles, ineffective. Acid sprays, absorbed without damage. Psychic attacks, no target to affect. Overwhelming numbers. He just punched faster. For the first time in its existence across multiple galaxies, the hive mind encountered a problem it couldn't adapt to. Every strategy failed. Every specialized organism died. The anomaly just kept punching, his expression never changing beyond mild disappointment. On Carvos Prime, the evacuation was chaos barely contained by coordination. Inquisitor Vex stood in the colonial governor's command center, surrounded by panicking officials and overwhelmed PDF officers, barking orders through a voxcaster while simultaneously coordinating with the Tau fleet overhead. All civilians are to proceed to designated extraction points. No personal belongings, no vehicles, just move. She turned to a PDF captain. Your troops will maintain order at the spaceport. Anyone who starts a panic or riots gets stunned, not killed. We need every living person off this rock. Inquisitor, the captain stammered. The people are asking questions. They want to know what's happening, why we're evacuating. Tell them the truth. A Tyranid hive fleet is coming, and if they don't board those transports in the next 6 hours, they'll be dissolved alive for biomass. Vex pulled up a tactical display showing the evacuation progress. 8 million people, dozens of transport ships, mostly Tau Orcas supplemented by commandeered civilian vessels, and even a few Orc rocks that Grimskull had volunteered. We're at 30% evacuation. We need to be at 90% before the Tyranids reach orbital range. Porui Shi'ur appeared on the Vox display, speaking from her command ship in orbit. Former Inquisitor, our sensors show unprecedented combat in the outer system. Your companion is engaging the Hive Fleet's vanguard forces. Preliminary counts suggest he's destroyed over 50,000 organisms in the last hour. Only 50,000? Vex allowed herself a grim smile. He must be holding back significantly. Holding back? Shior's disbelief was evident even through the translator. He's fighting an entire Hive fleet. How can anyone hold back against that? Because for him, this is the first real challenge he's faced since arriving in our universe. He's probably trying to make it last. Vex checked another display. How long can he keep them occupied? Unknown. But Inquisitor, you must understand, the Hive fleet will adapt. It always does. Eventually, it will find a method to overcome him. That is the fundamental nature of Tyranid evolution. Then we'd better work fast. In the streets of Carvos Prime's capital, the evacuation proceeded with surprising efficiency. Tau Fire warriors directed crowds with patient authority, their discipline a stark contrast to the barely controlled panic of the human refugees. PDF troopers manned the perimeters, watching for signs of Genestealer infiltration. Tyranid organisms seeded ahead of the main fleet to destabilize defenses from within. And moving through the chaos, incomprehensibly, were orcs. Grimskull had deployed his boys throughout the city, and despite being Xenos that the Imperials should have been shooting on sight, they were helping. Carrying elderly humans who couldn't walk fast enough, loading children onto transports, even repairing damaged vehicles with their bizarre mechanical intuition. "This way, Yumis," a knob shouted, directing a group of refugees toward a transport. "Stop your whining and get on the ship. The boss wants you safe, so you're gonna be safe." A PDF officer watched this scene with shell-shocked incomprehension. "Sergeant," he said to his superior, "why are the Xenos helping us?" "Orders," the sergeant replied, which explained nothing but seemed to be enough. In truth, Grimskull had made it clear. The boss wanted the Yumis saved, so the boys would save the Yumis. Any orc who disobeyed would answer to Grimskull personally. And since every orc in the warband had witnessed Saitama defeat their war boss with casual ease, they followed orders without question. At the primary spaceport, a massive Tau Orca dropship descended, its landing thrusters scorching the rockcrete. The boarding ramp lowered and fire warriors emerged to organize the crowd. Behind them came something unexpected, a contingent of human auxiliaries, Imperial citizens who defected to the Tau Empire, now wearing Tau armor and carrying pulse rifles. One of the auxiliary leaders, a former Imperial Guard lieutenant named Cass, approached Vex. "Inquisitor, we've got a problem. There's a cult stronghold in the lower hive. Genestealer infiltrators who've been here for months, maybe years. They're blocking evacuation routes, trying to keep people trapped for when the fleet arrives. Vex's augmetic eye flickered with rage. Genestealers, the advanced scouts of the Hive fleets, organisms that infected humans and created hybrid cults, worshipping the coming consumption. They were here, sabotaging humanity's survival because the Hive mind had programmed them to. Assemble a strike team, Vex ordered. PDF veterans, fire warriors, whoever you can spare. We're purging that nest. With respect, Inquisitor, we don't have time for... We make time. Those cultists will kill thousands if left unchecked. Vex checked her bolt pistol, loaded blessed ammunition, and started for the exit. Besides, I've had a very stressful week. I could use an outlet. 20 minutes later, Vex led a mixed squad of humans, Tau and, improbably, 3 orcs into the lower Hive's industrial sector. The air here was thick with chemical runoff and industrial waste, the perfect hiding place for organisms that thrived in filth. They found the cult in an abandoned manufactorum, gathered around a pulsing alien biomass, a Genestealer patriarch, the original infiltrator, now bloated and ancient, surrounded by its hybrid offspring. The cultists looked almost human at first glance, but their elongated heads, extra arms, and purple-hued skin betrayed their Xenos corruption. When they saw Vex's inquisitorial rosette, they hissed in unison, a sound that carried psychic overtones of the Hive mind's hunger. "For the 4-armed Emperor!" the cultists screamed, charging with mining tools converted to weapons. "Wrong Emperor," Vex said, and opened fire. The battle was short, but brutal. Bolt rounds exploded cultists, scattering their corrupted biomass across the manufactorum floor. Pulse rifles carved through the hybrids with clinical precision, and the orcs waded into melee with gleeful enthusiasm, their choppas rising and falling with rhythmic efficiency. The Patriarch itself lunged toward Vex, its hypnotic gaze trying to overwhelm her mind, to make her see it as holy, as worthy of worship. But Vex had spent 40 years resisting chaos corruption, facing demons that could break reality. A Genestealer's psychic compulsion was crude by comparison. She shot it in the face, once, twice, 3 times. The blessed ammunition tore through its alien flesh, and the Patriarch collapsed, its psychic scream echoing through the Hive mind's connection before falling silent. "Target eliminated," Vex reported over the Vox, resuming evacuation coordination. As they left the manufactorum, Cass, the auxiliary lieutenant, spoke quietly. "You fought alongside Tau and orcs to save Imperial citizens from Xenos corruption. The Inquisition you served would execute you for that." "The Inquisition I served has already declared me a traitor," Vex replied. "I'm operating on new principles now. Principle 1, save as many lives as possible. Principle 2, kill anything trying to prevent Principle 1. It's surprisingly simple once you stop worrying about doctrine." In space, Saitama had moved past disappointed and was approaching slightly annoyed. The Tyranids kept coming. Millions of them now, the entire Vanguard force committed to this single battle. He'd destroyed so many that the debris field around him had formed a temporary asteroid belt of frozen biomass. And they were adapting. The Hive mind had created new organisms specifically designed to counter his fighting style. Hormagaunts that attacked from thousands of angles simultaneously, forcing him to punch in multiple directions. Tyrannofexes, massive living artillery pieces that fired acid sprays from beyond his immediate reach. And strangest of all, organisms that seemed designed to simply absorb his punches, their bodies somehow dispersing kinetic energy through alien biology. They still died, of course, but they lasted fractionally longer, milliseconds instead of microseconds. To the hive mind, this was progress. Saitama found himself actually having to think about his attacks, having to aim rather than just punching randomly. It wasn't much of a challenge, not really, but it was something, more than he'd had in years. "Okay," he said, his expression becoming serious. "Maybe you guys can handle a bit more." He increased his output from roughly 5% to 10% of his full strength. The change was catastrophic. His next punch created a shockwave that propagated through space like a physical wall, destroying everything within 1,000 kilometers. Bioships caught in the blast imploded, their organic hulls unable to withstand the pressure. Smaller organisms simply vaporized. Even the vacuum of space seemed to ripple, as if reality itself was struggling to accommodate the force being applied. The hive mind felt something it had not experienced in eons of existence: pain. Not physical pain. The hive mind existed beyond individual suffering, but a psychic pain, the sensation of losing vast amounts of biomass faster than it could be replaced, of adaptation failing, of evolution hitting a wall it couldn't overcome. For a moment, the hive fleet hesitated. The continuous wave of organisms slowed, then stopped as the hive mind recalculated its approach. Saitama floated in the void, surrounded by destruction, waiting. "Are you done?" he called out, knowing somehow that the hive mind could sense his words. "Because I can keep going. I've barely started." The hive mind considered. It had 3 options. 1. Continue the assault. Accept massive losses. Hope to find a weakness through attrition. 2. Retreat. Abandon this system. Return when better adapted. 3. Commit everything. Deploy the Norn Queen, the massive organism at the fleet's center, the living factory that spawned all other Tyranids. The hive mind chose option 3. From the center of the hive fleet, something massive began to move. A bioship larger than a moon, pulsing with psychic energy, covered in organs and weapons and birthing chambers. The Norn Queen, the heart of the hive fleet, the ultimate expression of Tyranid evolution. It advanced slowly, deliberately, pulling the entire fleet into a new formation around it. This was no longer a simple feeding action. This was war. Total war, with the survival of the entire hive fleet at stake. Saitama watched it approach, and for the first time since arriving in the 41st millennium, he smiled. Not with disappointment or frustration, but with genuine anticipation. "Now we're talking," he said. "Let's see what you've really got." On the golden throne of Terra, 10,000 light-years away, the God Emperor of mankind stirred. His consciousness existed primarily in the immaterium, fighting an endless battle against the Chaos Gods, holding shut the webway gate beneath the Imperial Palace that would otherwise flood Holy Terra with demons. He had not paid direct attention to the material universe in millennia, his awareness consumed by this eternal struggle. But now something had caught his attention. A presence in real space that registered as neither warp-touched nor material. Something that existed purely in the physical dimension, with no echo in the immaterium whatsoever. The Emperor's consciousness reached out, his psychic might dwarfing anything humanity could comprehend, touching the edges of Saitama's battle against the Hive Fleet. He saw the impossible strength, the casual invincibility, the absolute physical supremacy, unbound by reality's usual rules. And he understood what he was witnessing. Not a creature of this universe at all, but something from beyond, operating on principles that predated or superseded the warp's influence. For a moment, just a moment, the Emperor considered reaching out, communicating with this anomaly. Perhaps this being could help humanity. Perhaps he could be guided, molded, shaped into a weapon against chaos, against the Xenos, against the endless night that threatened to consume his species. But then the Emperor remembered. He remembered Horus, his favorite son, whom he'd tried to guide, who'd fallen to chaos and nearly destroyed everything. He remembered Magnus, whom he'd tried to control, who'd shattered the Webway project through well-meaning ignorance. He remembered 10,000 years of attempting to control power, to direct it toward righteous ends, and how, inevitably, control led to corruption, guidance led to rebellion, and the best intentions paved the road to damnation. The Emperor withdrew his consciousness, returning his full attention to the eternal battle in the warp. If this being, this Saitama, was truly from beyond the warp's influence, then perhaps the kindest thing was to leave him be. Let him forge his own path, make his own choices, succeed or fail on his own terms. For the Emperor himself was proof that even gods could make mistakes when trying to control humanity's fate. High Custodian Valdor, standing eternal vigil beside the Golden Throne, felt the moment his master's attention briefly touched real space, then retreated. He did not know what the Emperor had seen, but he felt something he had not experienced in 10,000 years, his master's sadness, and perhaps his hope. Saitama faced the Norn Queen as it approached, this massive organism that had spawned the billions of Tyranids he'd been fighting. Behind it, the entire Hive Fleet gathered, waiting to see if their ultimate weapon could succeed where all others had failed. The Norn Queen's psychic presence was overwhelming, a Gestalt consciousness representing the collected evolution of 1,000 consumed worlds. It spoke directly into Saitama's mind, bypassing language, communicating in pure concept. Anomaly. We are the Hive. We consume. We adapt. We endure. You are strong, but strength is biomass, and biomass can be consumed. Surrender. Become part of something greater, or be destroyed and consumed anyway. Saitama tilted his head, considering the offer. You're the boss of all these creatures? We are the Hive. There is no individual, no boss, only the collective. Okay, well, I'm going to treat you like the boss anyway, since you seem to be the biggest one. He cracked his knuckles. And I'm going to punch you now. This might hurt. You cannot harm us. We are evolution perfected. We are... Serious punch. Saitama's fist moved faster than light, faster than thought, faster than causality. The punch connected with the Norn Queen's massive bulk, and for a microsecond, nothing happened. Then the Norn Queen exploded. Not just died, not just destroyed. The entire organism, larger than a moon, containing enough biomass to spawn 1 billion lesser Tyranids, was converted to component atoms in an instant. The explosion that followed was visible from Carvos Prime as a new star briefly ignited in their sky. The psychic feedback was catastrophic. Every Tyrannid in the Hive fleet felt the Norn Queen's death, the sudden severing of their connection to the Hive mind's central processing. Synapse creatures that had never known fear suddenly understood mortality. Warrior forms that had functioned as extensions of the Hive mind's will suddenly found themselves alone. The Hive fleet shattered. Not destroyed, but broken, its unity gone. Bioships began moving erratically, some fleeing toward the outer system, others turning on each other in confusion. Without the Norn Queen's organizing presence, the Hive mind's local manifestation had collapsed into chaos. Saitama floated in the debris field, looking at his fist with the same disappointed expression he always had. Serious punch. It always ends in serious punch. He sighed deeply. I thought maybe with this many enemies it would be different. But it's the same. Always the same. He turned and began flying back toward Carvos Prime, leaving behind the scattered remains of what had been one of the galaxy's greatest threats. The Hive fleet would eventually recover, reorganize, spawn a new Norn Queen. But it would remember this day. The day the Hive mind encountered something it could not consume, could not adapt to, could not overcome. And across the galaxy, other Hive fleets sensed the defeat through the psychic connection all Tyranids shared. They felt the impossibility, the anomaly that existed outside their framework of evolution. The Hive mind added a new directive to its base programming: avoid. The evacuation transports were breaking orbit when Saitama returned to Carvos Prime. He landed softly on the spaceport's main platform, where Inquisitor Vex, Por-Ui Shi-Ur, and Grimskull were coordinating the final departure sequences. Around them, the last few thousand refugees were boarding ships, their faces showing the shell-shocked relief of people who'd narrowly avoided extinction. Vex saw him first. She rushed forward, her augmetic eye scanning him for injuries out of habit, even though she knew there wouldn't be any. You're alive. The Hive fleet? Scattered, Saitama said simply. I punched the big one, the queen thing, and the rest kind of fell apart after that. You destroyed a Norn queen. Vex's voice was flat, her mind still trying to process. A Hive fleet's central organism. Do you understand what that means? The Tyranids will remember this. They'll code avoidance protocols into their genetic memory. You've created the first documented instance of Tyranids retreating from a single individual. Is that good? It's unprecedented. Shior approached, her diplomatic composure restored, but her eyes showing genuine respect. My sensors recorded the explosion. The energy release was catastrophic. If you'd been any closer to the colony when you struck... I was careful, Saitama interrupted. Heroes protect people. That means thinking about collateral damage. Grimskull slapped Saitama on the back, gently by Orc standards, which still would have hospitalized a normal human. That was amazing, boss. I watched on the sensors. You fought billions of Nids and won, and you didn't even break a sweat. The war boss paused, peering at Saitama's face. Wait, can you sweat? I ain't never seen you sweat. I can sweat. I just haven't needed to yet. Saitama looked around at the evacuation operation. Did everyone get off the planet safely? 97% evacuated, Vex confirmed. The remaining 3% were cultists and those who refused to leave. We did everything we could. That's good. Saitama seemed satisfied with this answer, his expression relaxing slightly. Then he turned to Shi-Ur. So what happens now? You still want me to join your greater good thing? The water-caste diplomat was silent for a long moment, her trained mind calculating responses, weighing options. Finally, she spoke with uncharacteristic honesty. After witnessing what you can do, after watching you defeat a hive fleet that would have required a full hunter cadre and months of combat to repel, yes, the Tau Empire would very much want you to join us. Your power could change the balance of the entire Eastern Fringe. But you know I'll say no. Yes, because you've already established a pattern. You reject empire. You reject authority. You operate by a moral code that supersedes political considerations. Shiur made a gesture that might have been respect. You're either the most principled individual I've ever encountered, or the most naive. Possibly both. I just want to help people and find strong opponents, Saitama said. Is that really so complicated? In this universe? Catastrophically so. Shiur pulled up a holo display showing the wider Damocles Gulf region. But I can offer you something else. Not recruitment, information. About someone who might give you the challenge you seek. Saitama's interest sparked immediately. Someone strong? Commander Farsight, a Tau who broke from the Empire, established his own independent enclave in the region. He's fought for over 300 years, far longer than a Tau normally lives, and survived encounters with greater demons, Chaos Space Marines, even the Swarm Lord itself. Shiur highlighted a star system on the edge of Tau space. He wields a weapon called the Dawn Blade, an ancient artifact of unknown origin that grants him incredible combat prowess. If anyone in this sector could give you a real fight, it would be him. 300 years of combat experience. Saitama's expression brightened. That sounds promising. Vex immediately saw the problem. Poor Ui, you're sending him toward one of your empire's enemies. Why? Because Farsight is no longer our concern. He broke with the Empire decades ago and has maintained his independence through military superiority. If Saitama seeks him out, we gain intelligence on both parties. If they fight, we learn about Saitama's limits. If they don't, Shiur allowed herself a small smile. Then perhaps Farsight gains an interesting ally, and the Imperium gains another problem in the Eastern Fringe. Either way, the greater good benefits. You're more manipulative than I gave you credit for, Vex said grudgingly. I'm water-caste. Manipulation is literally my function. Shiur transmitted coordinates to Vex's data slate. The journey will take approximately 2 weeks through safe routes. Farsight's enclave is isolated but well defended. Approach openly. He respects direct honesty more than subterfuge. Will he fight me? Saitama asked. Almost certainly. Farsight tests all significant newcomers to his territory. It's how he's maintained his reputation. Shiur paused. But be warned, he's not like other opponents you've faced. He's a tactical genius who survived battles that should have killed him 1,000 times over. His skill compensates for any raw power disadvantage. Good, Saitama said, his tone carrying the first real enthusiasm Vex had heard in days. Maybe someone with that much experience will actually make me try. As the last transport lifted off from Carvos Prime, the unlikely coalition prepared to part ways. The Tau fleet would return to their territory, minus poor Ui Shiur's ship, which was being recalled to the Ethereal Council to explain why she'd cooperated with orcs and an Imperial Inquisitor. The evacuees would be processed, Imperial citizens sent to nearby colonies, those willing to defect offered integration into the Tau Empire, and Saitama, along with Vex and Grimskull's warband, would head toward Farsight's enclave in search of the one thing Saitama wanted more than getting home: a real challenge. Before they departed, Shior approached Saitama one final time. "One last question, if I may?" "Sure. When you destroyed the Norn Queen, you called it a serious punch, implying there are levels beyond that." "Yeah. Serious punch is when I actually try a little bit. Normal punches are just regular strength." "And beyond serious punch?" Saitama thought about it. "I don't know. I've never needed to go beyond that. I'm not even sure what would happen if I did." Shior's expression showed carefully controlled fear. "Let's hope, for the galaxy's sake, that you never have to find out." The journey to Farsight's enclave took 16 days through warp routes that even Orc navigators found questionable. The fleet, a ramshackle collection of Orc rocks, commandeered transports, and one extremely out-of-place Imperial shuttle, traveled in relative peace, avoiding major shipping lanes and Imperial patrols. During those 16 days, something unexpected happened. A community formed. In the cargo holds of the largest rock, human refugees from Carvos Prime mixed with Orcs, sharing stories of the evacuation. Children who should have been terrified of the green-skinned Xenos found themselves playing games with Orc Gretchens. PDF soldiers who'd spent years fighting greenskins now sat in mess halls alongside Orc boys, comparing war stories. Vex walked through these impromptu gatherings with growing discomfort. This violated everything she'd been taught: that Xenos were the enemy, that humans who fraternized with aliens were traitors, that the only good Xeno was a dead Xeno. But these people were alive because Orcs had helped evacuate them. These children would grow up remembering that greenskins had carried them to safety, and that memory would spread, contaminating Imperial doctrine with the heretical idea that not all Xenos were enemies. She found Saitama sitting in an observation bubble, watching the warp's colored madness flow past the Geller fields. He'd been spending a lot of time here, apparently unbothered by the sight of the Immaterium, something that drove most humans insane. "Doesn't it bother you?" Vex asked, sitting beside him. "Looking at the warp directly?" "Not really. It's just colors." Saitama tilted his head. "Is it supposed to be scary?" "For most people, yes. The warp is where demons live, where chaos corrupts reality. Normal humans who look at it too long start hearing voices, seeing things that aren't there, going mad." "I don't hear anything, just kind of looks like an abstract painting." He paused. "Why do you look worried?" Vex laughed bitterly. "Because in 2 weeks of traveling with you, I've violated every oath I ever took as an Inquisitor. I've cooperated with Xenos, protected someone the Imperium wants captured, helped establish what amounts to a Xenos human commune in these cargo holds. If anyone from the Ordo Malleus saw what I've allowed to happen, they'd execute me on the spot." "But you saved 8 million people," Saitama pointed out. "Isn't that what Inquisitors are supposed to do? Protect humanity. Protect humanity from specific threats, Xenos, heretics, demons. Not protect individual humans at the cost of Imperial doctrine." She stared out at the warp. "I've spent 40 years enforcing rules that seem increasingly meaningless. The Imperium would have let those 8 million people die rather than cooperate with Tau and Orcs. They would have called it acceptable losses and moved on. That's pretty cold. That's the Imperium, a million worlds, countless trillions of lives, ruled by dogma and faith in a god-emperor who hasn't spoken in 10,000 years. Vex turned to face him. You're dangerous, Saitama. Not because of your power, but because you make people question. Every time someone sees you help others without caring about species or politics or doctrine, it plants a seed. The idea that maybe there's a better way. Is that a bad thing? In this universe, it could start a civil war, or a revolution, or get billions killed. She smiled sadly. But maybe it's necessary. Maybe the 41st millennium needs someone who doesn't follow its rules. Before Saitama could respond, alarms blared throughout the ship. Grimskull's voice boomed over the Vox. Boss, we got company. Something just dropped out of the warp right in front of us. They rushed to the command center, where the sensor displays showed a single ship, sleek, advanced, bearing the markings of the Tau Empire but with modifications that suggested independence. And its weapons were powered up, targeting solutions locked on the Orc fleet. A transmission came through, the voice speaking perfect Gothic with a measured cadence. Unknown vessels. You are entering sovereign space of the Farsight enclaves. Identify yourselves and state your intentions, or be classified as hostile. Vex activated the communication system. This is former Inquisitor Carmilla Vex, traveling with an individual who seeks to meet Commander Farsight. We come under flag of truce, requesting audience. A former Inquisitor traveling with orcs. The voice carried notes of curiosity now. That is unusual. Commander Farsight does not typically grant audiences to Imperial defectors, nor does he ally with greenskins. What could possibly justify such a meeting? Tell him, Saitama said, stepping into view of the holo pickup, that I'm looking for someone strong to fight. I heard he's one of the best warriors in this region. I want to test myself against him. The silence that followed lasted nearly 30 seconds. Then, you seek to challenge Commander Farsight to single combat? Yeah, I've been fighting weak opponents since I got here. I need someone who'll actually make me try. More silence, then unexpectedly, laughter, genuine, amused laughter. I will relay your challenge to the commander. Stand by. The transmission cut out. Grimskull looked at Saitama with enormous respect. Boss, you just challenged one of the best fighters in this whole sector to a scrap. I knew I liked ya. 10 minutes later, the transmission resumed, but this time a different figure appeared. Older than typical Tau, his face marked with scars that even Tau medical technology hadn't fully erased, his armor ancient and battle-worn. He held a sword that glowed with inner fire, the Dawn Blade. Commander Farsight studied Saitama through the holo-display with eyes that had seen 3 centuries of warfare. I am Commander Farsight, also known as Oshuva, the Farsighted. You challenge me? Yeah. I heard you're really strong and experienced. I'm hoping you can give me a real fight. You hope I can give you a fight? Farsight's expression was unreadable. Most beings who challenge me hope to survive. You hope for challenge. That is either supreme confidence or supreme arrogance. Probably both, Saitama admitted. But I'm really bored with weak opponents. I need someone who'll make me feel something in combat again. Farsight was quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Very well. Dock with my command ship. We will meet in person, and I will assess whether you are worthy of my time. But be warned, I do not fight for entertainment. If we cross blades, it will be with purpose. That's fine, as long as you're strong. The Orc Rock maneuvered toward Farsight's command ship, and within an hour, Saitama, Vex, and Grimskull were standing in a Spartan conference room decorated with trophies from 3 centuries of battles. Plasma rifles from dead Crisis suits, a shattered Chaos Space Marine helmet, the severed claw of a Tyranid warrior. Each one represented a victory, a survival, a moment where Farsight had defied the odds. The commander entered, flanked by his personal guard, the 8 legendary pilots who'd followed him into exile. He moved with the fluid precision of someone whose body had been honed by centuries of combat, the Dawn Blade sheathed at his side. "So," Farsight said, studying Saitama with open curiosity, "you are the anomaly, the one who destroyed a Hive fleet's vanguard single-handedly. Poor Ui Shi'ur's reports were illuminating." "You get reports from the Tau Empire?" Vex asked. "I thought you were independent." "I am independent, not isolated. We maintain information exchanges with the Empire while rejecting their ethereal oversight." Farsight circled Saitama slowly, assessing. "You appear unaugmented. No armor, no weapons, no psychic presence. Yet you claim to seek challenge from me." "Yeah, can we fight now?" "Directly to the point, I appreciate that." Farsight gestured toward a door. "I have a training chamber designed to withstand crisis suit combat trials. We will spar there. But first..." He fixed Saitama with an intense stare. "Tell me why. Why do you seek combat, glory, pride? The simple joy of violence?" Saitama's expression became serious. "Because I trained to become strong so I could be a hero, but I became too strong. Now every fight ends before it begins. I don't feel anything. No excitement, no challenge, no sense of accomplishment. I'm just empty. I thought maybe in this universe, with all its wars and powerful enemies, I'd finally find someone who could make me feel that again." Farsight nodded slowly, recognition in his ancient eyes. "You seek meaning through struggle. I understand that better than you might think." He unsheathed the Dawn Blade, its energy field crackling to life. "Very well. Let us see if I can provide what you seek." The training chamber was immense, a reinforced space large enough for Titan combat trials, with walls made from materials designed to withstand plasma weapons and power fists. The 8 watched from observation platforms above, their interest piqued. This would be the first time they'd seen their commander face an unknown opponent in controlled conditions. Farsight and Saitama stood opposite each other, 50 meters apart. "The rules," Farsight said, "are simple. We fight until one of us yields or is incapacitated. I will not kill you." "You couldn't anyway," Saitama said matter-of-factly, "and I expect the same courtesy. This is a test of skill, not a death match." Farsight raised the Dawn Blade. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." Saitama adopted his fighting stance. "Show me what 300 years of experience looks like." Farsight moved. He was faster than any opponent Saitama had faced in this universe, not stronger, not more durable, but tactical. He didn't charge straight in like the Chaos Champion or the Orcs. He circled, testing angles, looking for openings, using the chamber's space to his advantage. Then he struck. The Dawn Blade cut through space where Saitama had been standing, the ancient weapon's edge capable of cleaving through power armor. But Saitama had sidestepped, hands still in his pockets, watching with interest. "You're fast," Saitama observed. "Speed matters less than timing." Farsight reversed his strike mid-swing, the blade coming around at an impossible angle. It struck Saitama's shoulder. The Dawn blade bounced off without marking skin. Farsight didn't waste time being shocked. He'd fought greater demons with reality-warping powers. Invulnerability was just another variable to adapt to. He switched tactics immediately, using the Dawn Blade's energy field to try to destabilize Saitama's footing, targeting joints and pressure points with strikes designed to cause pain rather than damage. None of it worked, but Saitama was impressed anyway. "You're really good," he said, genuine enthusiasm in his voice. "You're not stronger than me, but your technique is way better than anyone I've fought here. You actually know how to fight, not just swing weapons around." "I have had 3 centuries to learn," Farsight said, breathing hard now. The Dawn Blade sustained him, kept his aging body functioning at peak capacity, but even that had limits. "But you are correct. Strength alone is not enough. Technique, experience, timing, these are what separate warriors from brawlers." He attacked again, this time with the combination that Saitama actually had to think about defending against. Not because it could hurt him, but because the sequence was so well executed, so perfectly timed, that dodging required attention. For the first time in this fight, Saitama pulled his hands from his pockets. "Okay," he said, his expression becoming serious. "I'm going to try now. Just a little. Don't die." He threw a punch, maybe 1% of his full power, careful and controlled. Farsight saw it coming, recognized he couldn't block it, and did something unexpected. He dropped the Dawn Blade, abandoning his weapon to throw himself sideways in a maneuver that defied physics. The punch missed by centimeters. The shockwave from it still sent Farsight tumbling across the chamber floor, his armor sparking from the displaced air pressure. He rolled to his feet, retrieved the Dawn Blade, and laughed, deep, genuine laughter that echoed through the chamber. "Incredible, absolutely incredible." Farsight pointed the blade at Saitama. "I have fought demons, battled chaos champions, survived encounters with the Swarm Lord, and you are the first opponent in 200 years who's made me feel like a novice again." "Really?" Saitama's expression brightened. "So I'm challenging for you." "Challenging? You're impossible, but that impossibility..." Farsight lowered his weapon, nodding with respect. "That impossibility reminds me why I still fight after all these years, because there are always new horizons, always something beyond our understanding." He deactivated the Dawn Blade, signaling the end of their spar. "I cannot give you the fight you truly seek. No one in this galaxy can. I suspect your strength exists beyond our framework of combat, but I can offer you something else." "What?" "Purpose. You saved 8 million lives from the Tyranids. You've refused to be controlled by Imperium, Chaos, or Tau. You operate by principles that this galaxy has forgotten, helping others without agenda, fighting evil without political consideration." Farsight approached, offering a hand in the human gesture of respect. "Stay in my enclaves, not as a soldier, not as a weapon, but as an ally. Help people who need it. Fight threats that emerge, and perhaps in doing so you'll find the meaning you seek." Saitama looked at the offered hand, then at Vex, who nodded encouragement, then at Grimskull watching from the observation deck. "Will there be strong opponents?" he asked. "The Eastern Fringe is contested by Imperium, Tau, orcs, chaos, tyrannids, and forces we haven't even catalogued yet. I guarantee you will never be bored. And I can help people, just help them, without joining anyone's empire? That is exactly what my enclaves represent. Independence, self-determination, cooperation without domination. Farsight smiled. We could use someone with your unique perspective. Saitama thought about it for exactly 3 seconds, his standard decision-making time. Okay, he said, taking Farsight's hand. I'll stay, for a while at least, until I figure out how to get home. The handshake sealed something unprecedented in the 41st millennium's history. An alliance between a transdimensional hero, a renegade Tau commander, an ex-inquisitor, and an orc war boss. It was absurd, it was heretical, it violated every doctrine of every faction in the galaxy. And yet, it worked. 6 months later, the Eastern Fringe had changed in ways no one could have predicted. Farsight's enclaves had expanded, not through conquest, but through reputation. Word spread of a place where humans, Tau, and even greenskins could coexist peacefully, where a hero in a yellow suit defended colonies from raiders, fought off chaos incursions, and once punched an orc wall so hard that the surviving orcs joined his warband out of respect. The Imperium issued 17 different pronouncements declaring the region heretical, but enforcement proved difficult when their strike forces kept getting intercepted by an invulnerable bald man who politely asked them to leave or face serious consequences. The Chaos Gods tried twice more to corrupt or recruit Saitama. Both attempts ended with demon princes being erased from existence, until Khorne finally issued a standing order. The anomaly is off limits. Fighting him only feeds his legend. Ignore him, and he may eventually leave. The Tyrannids developed genetic markers specifically to avoid systems where Saitama's presence was detected. Hive fleets would literally alter their trajectory to bypass the Eastern Fringe entirely. And through it all, Saitama did what he'd always done. Helped people, fought bad guys, and searched for that elusive opponent who might finally give him a real challenge. Inquisitor Vex, no longer former, having been declared excommunicate traitorous by the Ordo Malleus, found herself becoming something she'd never expected. Happy. She still fought chaos, corruption, still hunted heretics, still protected humanity. But now she did it on her own terms, without the crushing weight of Imperial doctrine. Grimskull's warband grew into something unprecedented. Orcs who'd learned to build instead of just destroy, to cooperate instead of just fight. They were still violent, still enthusiastic about combat, but they channeled it toward protecting settlements rather than raiding them. And Farsight, ancient and weary from centuries of war, found himself reinvigorated by this impossible alliance. For the first time since breaking with the Tau Empire, he felt like he was building something that might actually last. On a quiet evening, Saitama stood on the observation deck of Farsight's expanded command station, looking out at the stars. Vex joined him, carrying 2 glasses of Amasec. She developed a taste for the stuff. Homesick, she asked. A little, Saitama admitted. I wonder if anyone back home even noticed I'm gone. Probably not. I wasn't a very famous hero. You're famous now. The entire Eastern Fringe knows about the Yellow Hero. They've started painting murals of you on colony walls. That's kind of embarrassing. Get used to it. You've become a symbol, proof that even in the grimdark of the 41st millennium, someone can choose to simply be good. Vex sipped her drink. The Imperium's propagandists are working overtime trying to suppress stories about you, which of course only makes you more popular. I'm not trying to start a movement or anything. I'm just being a hero. That's exactly why it's working. Vex smiled. People don't need complicated philosophies or grand ideologies. They just need to see someone strong choosing to help the weak. You've reminded this galaxy what actual heroism looks like. Saitama was quiet for a moment, then said, I still haven't found anyone who can give me a real fight, though. Everyone here is still too weak. Maybe that's the point. Maybe you're not supposed to find that fight. Maybe your purpose here is exactly what you've been doing, being so overwhelmingly strong that you can protect people without compromising your principles. That sounds noble and stuff, but it's still boring. Vex laughed. Emperor's throne, you're impossible. You save 8 million lives, defeat a hive fleet, reject 3 different empires, and establish the first successful human-Xenos cooperation in recorded history, and you're bored. Well, yeah, the fights are still too easy. Before Vex could respond, alarms sounded. Not emergency alarms, but the notification that someone was requesting communication. Farsight's voice came over the comm. Saitama, we have a situation. A distress signal from the colony on Tertius 7. They're reporting a Necron tomb awakening. Preliminary scans show this isn't a standard Necron force. It's showing signs of being a tomb world, which means millions of dormant warriors, and possibly a Necron lord or even a Pharaon. Saitama's expression brightened immediately. Necrons, are those strong? Ancient machines from before humanity existed, Vex explained. Self-repairing metal bodies, weapons that break down matter at the atomic level, and led by beings who were once biological rulers of the galaxy. Yes, they're strong. Very strong. Finally, Saitama was already heading toward the hangar. Let's go. Vex followed, shaking her head with amused exasperation. You know, most people would be terrified of facing Necrons. Most people aren't me, Saitama said simply. As they boarded the transport that would take them to Tertius 7, Vex reflected on the 6 months since that fateful day on Varsavia Prime. She'd gone from hunting heretics to enabling the biggest heresy in Imperial history. From enforcing dogma to rejecting it entirely. From serving the Imperium to helping build something that might actually be better. And at the center of it all was a man in a yellow suit who just wanted to be a hero and find a good fight. The 41st millennium had known only war for 10,000 years. But now, in one small corner of the galaxy, something different was taking root. Not peace. The galaxy was too broken for that, but the possibility of something better. A place where strength protected instead of conquered, where cooperation replaced domination, where heroes could exist without compromise. It wouldn't last forever. The Imperium would eventually marshal enough force to crush them, or chaos would find a way to corrupt from within, or the Tyranids would return in greater numbers. This was still the grimdark future, after all, where there was only war. But for now, in this moment, there was hope, and a hero flying toward another battle, eternally searching for the one fight that would finally make him feel something again. The Emperor protects, the Imperials said. The greater good prevails, the Tau proclaimed. Blood for the blood god, Chaos chanted. But in the eastern fringe, they had something simpler. Saitama punches, and the bad guys die. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't philosophical. It wasn't part of any grand cosmic plan. But it worked. And sometimes, in the grim darkness of the far future, that was enough. Far away on the golden throne of Terra, the God Emperor felt the ripples in real space caused by the anomaly's continued existence. He did not reach out again, did not try to control or guide. He simply observed and perhaps, though 10,000 years of agony had dulled his capacity for such emotions, he allowed himself to hope. Hope that even in a universe designed for suffering, someone could choose differently. Hope that his endless sacrifice might one day lead to something beyond mere survival. Hope that humanity's future might include not just warriors and martyrs, but heroes. Real heroes, like the bald man in the yellow suit who flew toward danger with a smile on his face and emptiness in his heart, searching for meaning through the simplest possible method, helping people who needed it, fighting bad guys who deserved it, and hoping, always hoping, that somewhere in this vast, terrible galaxy, there existed an opponent who could finally give him the one thing he truly wanted: a real challenge.